they come?
Camilo, que espera un momentico que el perro le da pánico al estado. Usted, dejémosla a ella entrar, que ella marque la entrada, mucho. Importante, déjela a ella entrar en la película, que ella entre sola. Ella entre sola. Bueno, bro. No, que esté claro, que no está. Cuando la perica quiere, cuando la perica quiere, que perico se enamore.
¡Huepa!
Le deja la puerta abierta y la ventana con flores. Cuando la perica quiere, cuando la perica quiere, que perico la enamore. Le deja esa puerta abierta y la ventana con flores. Ahí está bueno pa' llorar.
¡Está bueno!
Ahí está bueno pa' llorar.
¡Está bueno!
Ahí está bueno pa' llorar.
¡Está bueno!
Tambores del Diablo. Fantastic, amazing. And we live in Hamburg. We're from Colombia, and we play bullerengue. We play more, many more styles of traditional music from Colombia. You see, we're gonna play later again. We're gonna play one more song, and then we're gonna move inside so that we don't get too cold, probably. And we can enjoy ourselves in a cozy situation.
Si bailamos, sí.
Chin chin.
¿Bailamos?
Ya.
Ah, bueno.
Chin chin. Esa negra quiere que la baile yo. esa negra quiere. Que la baile yo, chin chin, que quiere la negra.
Que la baile yo.
Chin chin, que quiere la negra.
Que la baile yo.
Chin chin, que quiere la negra.
Que la baile yo.
Chin chin, que quiere la negra.
Que la baile yo.
Esa negra quiere que la baile yo.
de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se muele el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se amasa el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se come el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se goza el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
¿Cómo se pila el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se muele el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se amasa el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se come el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se goza el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
¿Cómo se pila el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se muele el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se amasa el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se come el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se goza el pan de Caracas? Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas. ¿Qué comiste vos, abuelita? Sopita de arroz.
Abuelita,
¿De vuelta con qué?
abuelita,
Con plátano asado.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la terita.
abuelita,
Al punto de la mañanita.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme el colchón.
abuelita,
Al punto de la oración.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la almohada.
abuelita,
Al punto de la madrugada.
abuelita,
¿Qué comiste vos?
abuelita,
Sopita de arroz.
abuelita,
¿Revuelta con qué?
abuelita,
Con plátano asado.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la terita.
abuelita,
Al punto de la mañanita.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme el colchón.
abuelita,
Al punto de la oración.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la almohada.
abuelita,
Al punto de la madrugada.
abuelita,
¿Qué comiste vos?
abuelita,
Sopita de arroz.
abuelita,
¿Revuelta con qué?
abuelita,
Con plátano asado.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la terita.
abuelita,
Al punto de la mañanita.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme el colchón.
abuelita,
Al punto de la oración.
abuelita,
Ay, tiéndeme la almohada.
abuelita,
Al punto de la madrugada.
abuelita,
Ay, rim, mi, 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 mi.
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 abuelita.
Vamos, tambor. Ay, upa, rompe lo que yo lo pago. Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
¿Cómo se pila el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se muele el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se amasa el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se come el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se goza el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
Ya María, yo sé.
Esa vaquita se quiere meter.
¿Cómo se pila el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se muele el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se amasa el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se come el pan de Caracas?
Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
¿Cómo se goza el pan de Caracas? Pan de Caracas, pan de Caracas.
Oh. Vamos, la zorra. ¿La zorra con solos? Sin. Sin, porfa, con solitos. Okay, you liking it or not?
Sí, sabe.
We need to know, we need to know.
Sí.
We don't like to lose our time, yeah? Okay. One.
¡Hey!
La gallina copetona que a pata se la llevó. La gallina copetona que a pata se la llevó. Se la llevó con una torra que a pata se la ató. La llevó con una torra que a pata se la ató. Se va la zorra.
Ya va.
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 Ahí viene el perro.
Guau, guau.
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 Ahí va la zorra.
Ya va.
Ahí va la zorra.
Ya va.
Okay. Now we're gonna introduce ourselves. To my left, Luis Quintero, the bass drum. Ah. Hey! To the right, to my right, Julio Cesar Celis with the male drum. And to the far right, you see Diana Zambonillo de Maracas.
Ay, 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 hey!
Aha! And to my right, several instruments, vocals, and a lot of fun. Diana Hill.
Si se quema el monte, déjalo quemar, que la misma cepa vuelve a retoñar. Si se quema el monte, déjalo quemar, que la misma cepa vuelve a retoñar. ¡Hey!
One, two, three, four. And myself, Camilo Angola. La gallina copetona que a pasar se la llevo, la gallina copetona que a pasar se la llevo con una zarra que a pasar se la ato, llevo con una zarra que a pasar se la ato, se va la zorra, se va la zorra, se va la zorra, se va la zorra, ahí viene el perro, ahí viene el perro, ahí viene el perro, ahí viene el perro, se va la zorra, se va la zorra, ahí viene el perro, 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 se va la zorra, se va la zorra, se va la zorra. Big thanks. Thanks to Savi. Thanks for this beautiful Invocations program. Thanks for having us. We're gonna play later on at 10 p.m. There will be a input from our band and from myself about the traditional music from Colombia. So please do stay till 10 p.m. There will be also very interesting contributions from other artists and researchers. So again, big thanks to Savi and for everybody who's working in it, so that we have these very beautiful and very important places to reflect upon ourselves and our lives through culture. So many thanks, Savi, and please do stay.
out and, gathering together in times like this. So thank you so much, and I'll pass it on to the curators of the exhibition for, introducing the program.
I would like to thank Camilo, Angola, y los tambores del diablo. Thank you for taking us, carrying us, holding us in the journey you have started with us, in which we evoke voices, rhythms of resistance, of joy, of also pain, but most of all, re-existence. Rhythms that carry histories, their stories, her stories, of movements toward community liberation and the reaffirmation of life and hope above all. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I am Raisa Galofre. I am one of the curators of this research, performance, and exhibition project, Society for Infinite Rehearsals. We are happy to have welcomed you with dance, because dance and dancing beyond an art form or discipline is and has always been or has always played an essential role in our lives, even though sometimes we don't notice. Because before we learn to talk, and even before we learn to walk, we dance. And we dance to multiple dances. We start dancing to words, to their vibration. Slowly we continue dancing to music and different rhythms. We dance for ourselves, with each other, towards each other. We dance improvising and also learning by heart. We dance collectively. We dance sometimes because we want to, sometimes because we have to. We dance because sometimes there's no other way but to dance and keep dancing. We dance and there are times we wish we could rest, we could stop, we could have a moment to recharge, but sometimes there isn't any. There are certain dances that we can't decide whether to dance or not. Dances that are imposed and which are under conditions that keep us in a loop of endless movement, alien to ourselves. But within those dances, other kinds of dances, liberatory ones, always find a way to arise and disseminate. In this project, we have engaged with dance as a methodology. In this sense, dance is not necessarily an object of study, but it's the lens through which we aim to read currents and undercurrents in our societies. Dance is a philosophy, is knowledge, is the architecture of our beings and societies. We have engaged with choreography as a metaphor for the societal structures that determine movements and states of being. In this exhibition, for example, we have traced different kinds of choreographies, and always returning to the knowledge that is carried in our bodies, and the relationality, the interdependence, the always in motion character of dance. We try to rehearse dance as a vehicle that propels interdisciplinary and interdependent knowledge in which spaces of vulnerability, permeability, and trust arise. And we wish to make together this tonight and to open up and hold this space for you and us. My colleague Meghna Singh, co-curator and curator of this exhibition, will tell us a bit more about today's program. Okay.
Hi everyone, one more time, just welcome to Savvy. Thank you so much for being here. Just to continue with what Raisa was speaking about, if you've had a chance to visit over the last 6 weeks the exhibition that we are partially sitting in, then you have an idea maybe of the kind of works that we are talking about Like when Raisa said, when do we dance because we have to, and when do we dance because we want to? How distinct are those dances? Where do they overlap? And it's interesting because our Invocations program, which usually takes place at the close of an exhibition, is often an invitation to invite performative practices that activate what we have already been working on with visual and other still perhaps, or like other exhibitory forms of art. And in this particular exhibition, in which we've been thinking so much about dance, performance, and movement, we've had a performance series, but we don't have documentation of, dances. We don't have a lot of documentation of human movement because we want to do that together here. And so I think today's program is one of the many rehearsals that we do here at Savi at the close of our exhibition. It is an invitation to come together and to be bodies together in multiple ways. We were listening bodies and moving bodies just now with the music. We will continue to be listening and moving bodies with Lena. We will be eating bodies and carrot grating bodies as Mohammed brings us to food. We'll be listening bodies, we'll be feeling bodies again as we journey into the evening's program. Stay with us for as long as you like, come back often, and welcome to our Invocations evening.
I couldn't stop really crying. And it wasn't just because the fact that at the time I watched that video, I was 3 months pregnant. Maybe I had to do something with that. But it was most of all because Lena spoke the words that really got to the core, the heart of, if I can say, human existence. It's just felt like boom. And it was a dream of having you here. And yes, thank you so much for making this time for us and your presence. So I'm just going to briefly introduce you. And Lena Blue is a dancer, choreographer, teacher, and a dance researcher. She is a lecturer and doctor in visual arts and musicology, specialized in anthropology of dance and music at the University of West Indies in Guadeloupe, and a graduate of the Master of Arts Caribbean et Promotion Culturelle 2015, certificat d'aptitude à enseigner en contemporain 2003, diplôme d'état en danse contemporaine et jazz 1993, un diplôme d'état d'infirmier 1984. She is also the founder of the Centre de Danse et d'Études Chorégraphiques, 1990, and the Compagnie Trilogie Lena Blue, 1995. She has pioneered a contemporary teaching technique for Waka and its theorization. 2 books attest to this. Technica, 2005, and 2021. That is actually Technica. Her book is here in our library if you would like to, in a break, to have a look. Lena Blue has opened her own center, L'Arel Bigidi Art, combining training, transmission, creation, and research. Since 2021, Dr. Lena Blue has been director of the new entity La Fabrique, a Centre Caribbean de Recherche Chorégraphique, certified AFA, Atelier de Fabrique Artistique, by the French Minister of Culture in 2024. She's regularly invited to Europe, Africa, the Caribbean, the USA, and Latin America for conferences, festivals, creations, and training courses. For her entire career, she was awarded the Légion d'honneur by French President Nicolas Sarkozy in 2008, Officier de l'Ordre National du Mérite in 2013 by Victorine Laurel, Minister of Overseas France, and Chevalier des Arts et des Lettres by Minister Rima Abdul Malak. I hope my French was... Thank you so much, Lena. Come to the stage.
For the first pictures, that is, it's not good for me that it's not my culture, you know, to straight. May I have in my hand, please? It's possible? Because it's possible to have in my hand. Yeah, it's better for me. Yes. These pictures is the name in Creole term is a circle. The name is La Ronde. I would like to go Berlin to Guadeloupe and to show you the first video. The name of my culture is Groka. Groka is dance, rhythms, song, and it's a moment, the Afro-descendant, to meeting, to drink, to dance, to sharing everything. I would like to show you first this first video. On each time I watch this video, is 2 words to coming in my head. Neger's history. It's correct? Niggers or negro? Negro? Negro history. I show you that. I don't know when you watch my culture, the name is Goka, you have 7 rhythms. I don't know what kind you receive this culture, okay? But me, I born in Guadeloupe, I live in Guadeloupe, I work in Guadeloupe, but Guadeloupe, it's a tiny, very, very small island. It's a French Caribbean island. I'm French. I'm French because the colonization of French to win about English or Spanish. It's why I'm French. Each time when I met some people and when I tell, okay, I come from Guadeloupe, nobody to know my country. And when I try to show on the map, it exists because it's little, very little. That is a first problem. And the second problem, when about professional dance, I'm very proud, you know. My foundation is Groka. But when you look at just history of Negros, its third problem, it's heritage of slavery. My transmission, my origin, my born of the life, it's slavery. My ancestor is slavery. But me, my intuition, when I look at that, I saw other thing. It's good, other thing? No. Yes? My heart tells me it's not only traditional dance, it's not only heritage of slavery victimism, it's not only patrimoine, folklore. My intuition to tell me that is a deep signification. When I show you, particularly, because you have 7 rhythms, tumblak, roulé, pas de jambelle, but you have 1 rhythm, it's really spiritual rhythms, it's les roses. The name of this moment is Soirée les roses, but les roses is the rhythms, is the dance too. I show you what I see. I saw, I watch, enfin, you understand me? Yes. Normally, when you call categories, a kind of dance, traditional folklore, you don't think, never, technique, aesthetic, difficulty. For every person, all the person, traditional dance, it's very easy. But me, when I look at this dancer, it's not a dancer, it's just a person. Because when you have Soirée les Roses in Guadeloupe, to begin in 21 p.m., during all the night, and when you have a good, very nice les roses, to finish tomorrow at 9, 10, 11 a.m. Spontaneously, the people, if I know, and tell who you organize a Soirée les Roses, I come in. No invitation, no special invitation. You from Colombia, from Berlin, you coming in Guadeloupe, you are white people, you coming open. Spontaneously, the people, the place is around. The circle named La Ronde. And the particularity of Groka is only one dancer. It's the middle of the circle. I show you, I come back for my dancer, but it's necessary I showing you the law, the code, the rule of Groka. Yes. Normally, the people is the particularity of La Ronde. Everybody to come in. High society, status, bad, drunk people, young, baby, old, everybody. No any person to discover this man or this woman is the highest. all the people to mixed. If I want to dance, I come in. Before I'm a first dancer. It's necessary you discover that. The name in Creole is reprise. I show you. I have my drummers. You discover 3 drummers. One is two, for example, two black. That is the bass. It's the bula. The name of the drummers is bula. And middle, you have a solist. The name of the drummers is maquet. The solist maquet to follow the dancer, because it's a dancer to create the music, because it's a relationship between a dancer and maquet. Bula continue, gudum taka tukata gudum taka tukata gudum, and the maquet follow. If you have around, I come in. I take a sample, I present my maquet, and before repeat. And he follow me. If I stop it, the hand of the drummer stop it. If I okay? But if you want to come in, you must to ask me, oh, Lina, please, may I have to dance? But you coming at this moment, I reprise. I show you now, okay? Are you okay? You follow me? Yes. My English is not bad. You have a dancer, another dancer to come in at the reprise. And the solist, maquet, follow him. Now, reprise. Pa. And the solist follow him. He dance on the drummers, really. Reprise. If I come in, ta, okay? You see? I come back for my first dancer, okay? I'm not sure. Yes, just a little moment. Okay. Why? That is a big idea. Okay. Bon, it's not a problem. You remember the dancer? When I look at my dancer, I look at technicity, difficulty, aesthetic, modernity, not only tradition, contemporary avant-garde. And no, after. Yes. The first thing because I know it's my culture. I'm little baby, I hear, I watch, every night, Saturday, I know that. But in the same times, I watch, autre chose, autre chose. Are you understand in French? Autre chose? No, I'm not bitter. In Creole, I'm not bitter. You understand that? Oh. The first thing it's the disorder of the dancer. It's chaos. It's not regularly. It's asymmetric. It's like a man or woman too drunk, you know? I call that biggity. Why biggity? Because in my culture, biggity, when I am like these beautiful girls, when I saw a man too drunk, every child, biggity in Creole, mais pas tomber. Biggity, out of balance, but never to fall. I just keep biggity, because biggity, it's the terms when, for example, you tell me a bad news, you know, your sister is dead, or your mother, your emotion, biggity, like the rehearse to seism, you know, biggity. Just that. But I don't know the pattern of this dance. I know for ballet, classical, I know for the modern, European modern, Limon, Graham, I know for contemporary, but the technique, what, pour leur dire, je sais comment ça marche la danse contemporaine européenne, la danse classique, techniquement. Je sais danser ma danse, mais je ne sais pas comment ça marche techniquement. Est-ce que tu peux expliquer ça? Julio. Yes? Thank you. That is my first obsession. Discover the technique, I call biggity, the technique, the aesthetic, and my intuition, because I ask me why the people somewhere on the road to dance biggity. Why? For me, that is a signification, a lecture, but I don't know what. I decide to observe if maybe the biggity exists other the dance. Because my intuition, all the American continent, everywhere the slavery to pass, maybe biggity exists. Maybe differently of my dance, but the chaos on the body exists. I show you. and I'm not finished because I must to observe a lot of other country, you know. But my intuition is not, it's okay. Biggie exists. If Biggie exists, that is a reason, okay? I decided during 20 years ago, the first answer of my question, technique. Biggie is chaos, is imbalance, it's breakup, it's instability, it's feint, it's dodge, it's esquive, yes. It's like the last dancer, canté. Canté in Creole is, canté, okay? Because for ballet, it's at the axe, bigidi out of the axe, you know? It's transfer of foot. That is the technique. Because for all the dance, human, for your weight on flat, okay? Classical turnout. When I observe my first dancer of Lewis, you know, my dancer, the weight is flat, toes, but heel, canté, externe, out, canté, in. The second criterion, it's articulation. For dance, you use your articulation. For all the technique of academic technique, it's parallel, modern, contemporary, jazz, or turnout, okay? My dancer, parallel, turn, but in. And the technique of bigidi, it's, for example, my weight, it's here, I am in, but at the same time, I am canté. It's asymmetric. If I am here, my architecture of my body is harmony. The aesthetic of bigidi is disharmony. It's and transfer of my feet provoke the instability. I discover the technique and I create a technique, I call that technique K, very simple, technique of K, puisque, pardon, Lena, you're English. Because K-A, is the name of the drums, okay? Gros K is the name of all, the life, that is Guadeloupe, that, me. With my hand, I dance, A K is the name of the drums. I decide technique of the K, okay? I show you a documentary of technique K because if I would like to verification, no? If you create a technique like a classic, me, I'm not born in France. I'm French, but I don't know France. You know what I mean? No snow, no cold in my country. But when I learn classic technique, first, dégager, retirer, rond de jambe, pas de bouée, etc. If I create a technique, I must do everybody, each person, have the capacity to dance because it's a technique. It's why I decide 25 years ago to, for example, I'm here after 30 years ago, okay? Before, it's not possible. No, any person to know Goka, Guadeloupe, Technica, Bigidi, Lenablo, okay? I show you this, and I hope you understand. Don't worry, beginning, during, after, few seconds. Don't worry, you have a title in English.
Je suis aussi vieille que le monde. Je marche au rythme du cœur des hommes. J'ai oublié depuis quand je piétine le sol de cette terre éclatée où règne désordre et fragments d'harmonie. Réponse virtuelle au manque, à l'absence, à la nostalgie d'hommes et de femmes déracinés ici. Je suis Grouka. Je suis secrète. Je me cache dans les fonds, les grands fonds, les tréfonds de carcasses raides et de ventres féconds. Je suis clandestine. Je me protège à l'intérieur d'un cercle que seul l'initié peut franchir. Quand à l'appel du tambourka, il trouve le courage d'être libre.
Elle était là, à l'intérieur de mon corps.
Je suis résistance.
C'est le pays qui m'oblige à aimer ça. Si j'étais dans un autre pays, ce serait différent.
Autour de moi, les voix s'élèvent et la parole circule. Aujourd'hui, j'habite chaque place, chaque rue, chaque maison. Je suis à toutes les sauces. Moderne, jazz, salsa, hip-hop. Danse avec moi, Léna. Je serai technica.
C'était ça mon obsession. Comment saisir une technique du corps à partir du Grouka. Je voulais saisir la colonne vertébrale du Grouka et inventer une technique corporelle qui part réellement de la codification naturelle du Grouka.
Écoute.
Pourquoi cette rythme? Pourquoi le tumblak?
L'entité K est tout.
C'est vraiment un monde immense.
Apprivoise temps et contre-temps. À la reprise, glisse dans le cercle. Observe. Je suis Bigidi, toujours en déséquilibre.
Il n'y a pas de corps plus différent, plus fluctuant qu'un danseur de Grouka.
Je feinte, j'anticipe, je m'adapte aux mutations d'un archipel en devenir, où rien n'a encore sa place définitive.
Dans le monde de la danse, nous avons maintenant en notre possession deux manières d'être en appui avec nos pieds. À plat, demi-pointe, et éventuellement une troisième possibilité qui sont les pointes. On doit mettre des chaussures, ça s'arrête là.
Analyse les forces, les énergies.
Je bouscule quand je vais faire les stages sur le plan international. Je bouscule le corps des danseurs et donc de la danse qui avait tout vu et qui semblait avoir tout accompli au niveau des appuis du pied. Le Grouka apporte des espaces d'exploration insoupçonnables. Personne ne danse sur ses talents. En fait, quand je dis personne, c'est très rare. Ça va se retrouver beaucoup dans les danses dites primitives, dites ethniques. Mais nous, c'est dans le code. Les talons, le canté, c'est-à-dire le bord externe et interne, c'est récurrent chez un danseur de l'érose de finir avec les pieds à l'intérieur, etc. Je mets en difficulté Et je pose un problème et une ouverture, une nouvelle façon de tourner. Et ça, c'est le broca qui l'apporte. Et ça, c'est un exemple et c'est valable pour énormément de choses. L'en-dedans, pareil. On parle de l'en-dehors. On va dire que l'en-dedans, c'est pas naturel. Moi, je dirais que l'en-dehors n'est pas naturel. Mais ce qui est extraordinaire dans la danse broca, elle fait référence au classique. Quelquefois, les danseurs ont les pieds ouverts sur les côtés. C'est de l'en-dehors. Ils dansent aussi avec les pieds tout droits. Quand ils avancent avec la rotation du bassin, ils dansent avec les pieds vers l'intérieur. Le vers l'intérieur qui est là-dedans, c'est très rare. C'est ça qui fascine. Et c'est une difficulté musculaire, articulaire, tout ce que l'on veut. Et c'est ça que le broca apporte à la danse dans le monde. Mes élèves, à leur insu, étaient mes cobayes.
Épouse les brisures, les fêlures. Questionne le silence des hommes de ton pays.
La technique, c'est mettre en valeur la tradition, hein, c'est tout. C'est donner des outils pour lire de manière plus directe et plus lisible ce que l'on porte en soi de manière naturelle.
Transmets-moi, Léna. Je suis technique.
C'est une technique qui est très complexe parce qu'elle demande de la technique au niveau de la relation au temps, c'est-à-dire la musique, la relation à l'espace, la relation au corps. En plus, il faut apprendre à improviser parce que c'est une danse d'improvisation. J'aime beaucoup enseigner alors là parce que plus je fais ce métier d'enseigner, plus je me rends compte de la puissance de la danse. Plus je me rends compte que quand tu pétris des corps, tu pétris des esprits.
Genoux cassés, vaillant, latonnier, jambes rivière, tangué, calangé.
Plus j'avançais dans cette recherche, plus au fond de mon cœur, j'étais convaincue que cette danse-là avait une valeur. Une valeur, pas, on le sait nous, de manière intrinsèque et affective, mais moi j'étais convaincue que, et c'était ambitieux de ma part, ça allait toujours, que cette danse-là allait influencer l'esthétique de la danse dans le monde.
Pour traverser le temps, pour que le mouvement garde le pli de l'histoire, pour que la mémoire du corps ne s'efface pas. Sans aucun artifice, je suis contemporaine.
J'ai appris la technique contemporaine, j'ai appris la théorie de la danse contemporaine. La danse contemporaine dit des états de corps différents.
Je cristallise les joies, je suspends les angoisses.
En danse contemporaine, on parle de silence corporel. On parle de musicalité du danseur. Quand tu vois un danseur de broca, un danseur de névrose, il y a des moments où il reste en apnée, j'ai envie de dire, il ne bouge pas. C'est du silence corporel. Donc j'ai pas eu à l'inventer. Ça fait partie de ma danse.
J'exige du danseur la totalité de son être pour que son corps exprime l'impalpable. Je suis plus qu'une gestuelle. Je suis un état d'être.
Plus on comprend son corps, plus on l'aime, plus on l'accepte, plus on peut aller à la rencontre de l'autre, plus on sait qui on est. Et à partir du moment où on sait qui on est fort, on est puissant. On n'a plus peur de l'autre puisqu'on sait qui on est.
Je suis une technique. Je peux sans peur rencontrer l'autre, lui danser mon histoire, partager avec lui mon expression, lui offrir un nouvel espace de liberté.
Ça fait peur. Tu te dis, il prend une part de moi-même. Mais j'étais fière de voir du broca chez Béjar. Mets-toi 15 ans en arrière, est-ce que tu aurais imaginé qu'un danseur, un japonais, un italien allait appréhender cette danse sans trop se poser de questions parce que c'est une technique pour lui. Il ne se pose pas de questions, c'est un danseur, c'est un technicien du corps, il apprend le classique, il apprend le gramme, il apprend la technique K. Autant humain, personne ne peut croire que la technique K va durer. Essayons d'imaginer que la technique K est comme la technique Orton. Elle est utilisée normalement quand tu vas dans n'importe quelle école dans le monde, tu as gramme, technique K, classique, jazz. Essayez d'imaginer ça. Aujourd'hui, c'est impensable.
De nouvelles routes sont désormais tracées.
L'hégémonie de la danse occidentale doit s'arrêter, ne doit pas s'arrêter dans le sens qu'elle doit mourir, mais elle doit accepter que venant de petits pays, il y a de belles et de grandes choses. Il faudra que tout le monde retienne que ça vient de la Guadeloupe et pas d'une autre terre. Un petit grain de sable qui va apporter une technique au monde, c'est ça qui est important, je pense. I speak French. After my first question, technique, okay. My second question, it's possible to create contemporary dance for Caribbean aesthetic. I just to show you a little part because I decided to create a piece only about the biggie, only this focus, okay? Yes, but don't forget, I ask me why the people dance a chaos. A chaos, but never to fall. That is, for me, very important. And I decide to find the origin of biggie. And I discover two. The first is history. With me, try to point of view of humanity. The first, excuse me, I read because history is very important, okay? My English is too. The first, it's the imprinting, U-printing, comment on dit ça? Yeah. Imagine you, not white, huh? You live in African continent. You have your wife, your nephew, you eat, you love, you hate, like a human. And one moment, some people to rape, to kidnap you, you live verticality, free. Slavery exists, huh? But that is a culture, okay? For each civilization, slavery exists. But the verticality, the human, maybe I suppose her son, her girls, daughter, son, nephew, wife, to cut and lying on the boat. I suppose maybe you have a strong man. You are afraid. You know? Very afraid because you don't know where are you going and why. And when you look at, because you don't to move, and the same time, inside, the sea to move in your body, you feel instability. It's paradoxal. Physically, muscle don't move, but inside, to move. And when you look at right or left, you recognize, but you don't talk the same language because it's a different ethnic. During 2 months, but you don't know the times. You don't understand. You are afraid. I think that it's the first beginning. It's the first chaos. And chaos adaptation. You have don't solution, you know, because you are here. Adaptation. Chaos adaptation. It's a primitive, you know, nature beginning. And after the human people arrive at this plantation, colonization, the second chaos never, definitively never, he, the man or the human, never to hear again the name, her name, never. Finish. That is the chaos. The third, when he arrived at the continent, maybe her wife is Brazil, the nephew is Guadeloupe, you know? Your filiation, it's cut, blue. In my country, the name of my different person in Guadeloupe, sans souci, I don't know the name in English, sapoti, bouliki, pain d'épices, like a bread, it's different name. Blue, I never to found the origin of my name. That is the chaos. Désidentification. When this human to arrive at the different plantation, he discovered you are not Igbo, you are not Manding, you are a Negro igual slave. Racialization. Because don't forget, that is the particularity of slavery. Invention of the concept of race to born in America. Really. Before, all the human identity about ethnic, Français, French, Protestant, etc. But in America, the white people have a good idea to invite it, a fictional, because it not exist, the notion of race, but it's invited black, white, and white, like a god, choose me. If I am white, I am high. If you are black, you are down. I think it's a good idea because it's not the reality of the humanity, but, comment on dit, ça fonctionne. It's okay. Continue today. That is a chaos. Don't forget the master, the white colon, decide my body, my time, and my space. And I think the strategy is the intelligence of the black people is adaptation each time. Each time. For example, my body is black, I am 0. My ancestor invited the strategy of bigotry. It's why all the white chronicler, journalists at this period writing, oh, the black like a lot of dance, you know, music like animals, like a baby. But no, it's a strategy. Dance, Groka, is not dance, only dance. My ancestor used really my body. Alors, comment je peux dire ça? Là, c'est trop fort. Attends, wait. I try to... I prefer to read because that is very important. The adaptation here is a refusal of this objectified body by magnifying it through the mask of dance, where the slave restores all his human faculty, such as understanding, invention, creativity, cunning, sensitivity. The body will become a protest instrument to preserve its humanity. It is precisely through dance music or music dance that the intellectuality of being will be revealed. Are you understand my accent? I'm so sorry. Are you understand? I think that is invention to continue to life and to preserve the humanity. It's why bigotry is a chaos. My ancestors don't refuse chaos, integrate like ADN, natural. It's why, okay, but never to fall, because when you touch the floor, fall is die. That is the philosophy of life. And the second factor is the nature. Non, attends, il faut que je regarde. Cyclone, hurricane, earthquake, tidal wave, volcanic eruption, opacity for the big, like Brazil, like French Guiana, the forest density, the flood, water. It's very opacity. I think the nature of Guadeloupe, particularly, or Martinique, it's instability. White people, black people, American people, indigenous people know the instability. At different moments, it's unpredictability of the chaos. You know? Now it's a period of chaos because hurricane. And when hurricane through in Guadeloupe, it's disorder, but adaptation. I hope you follow me, and I would like you keep on your soul, on your head, the philosophy of my ancestor and Afro-descendant. I think it's why bigidi, feinte, esquive, not regular, it's equal as a nature. Because when you are only verticality, you know, when you have a tiny problem, break, burnout, depression, in my country, when you have a problem, okay, tomber levé, fall open. My mother, okay, if you have a problem, you keep dress and go. Don't cry. No. Bigidi, mais pas tomber. Don't forget this Creole phrase. Repeat with me. Bigidi. Oh. Mais pas tomber. Bigidi, mais pas tomber. Never to fall that. I preserve not victims of slavery, not only this part. I decide to keep this philosophy of my dance. It's why I'm here today. If I am exist, my ancestors resist by this philosophy. Thank you so much. You clap your hand because my English is... I progress because before I have a translate with me, now I have a discussion, maybe 1 hour alone. I'm proud. Oh. When I come back, I talk fluently. But you Creole too, French too, huh? Okay? Colonization is mondialization, you know? You must to recognize I came to exchange with Cuba because Spanish to winner, French to winner, it's why I speak French, Brazil, Portuguese, because that is the reality of colonization, but separated humanity. It's why tonight, I don't know, application Duolingo to 10 by 10 minutes, I repeat, to speak English very well. Now, don't finish with me, huh? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Alors. Ha ha ha. Alors. I researched a song, and I like a game, okay? Bula is the drums to keep the bass rhythms. It's a tempo. If, okay? Yes. Yes, stop it. Good. I'm sorry I have not my drummers, but I have a drummers from Colombia. Before I put a music of Broca, just sit down on your body to keep a bula. Okay? When you have a bula, you try to transform your spirit. Imagine you are a slave. Because when I dance chaos, it's not only adaptation, but its signification. I refuse the system. I am art. And we try to feel in your body, follow, like COVID. Okay? That is Bula. And we decide, revolution, don't follow the Bula. You change your dynamic of rhythm. Like again. Everybody, huh? Yes? We try. Okay. Don't worry.
Moi pas savez, chat et verra ta complicité à casa moi. Chat kate te rat kate te chat en bas couchant moi.
Pas savez, chat et verra ta complicité à casa moi.
Oh, chat kate te rat kate te chat en bas couchant moi.
Pas savez, chat et verra ta complicité à casa moi.
Chat kate te rat kate te chat a casa moi.
Chat, on verra la complicité à casa moi.
A casa moi te tini rat, a chercher un chat, puis te manger rat, puis te a casa moi. On dimanche au soir, a rentré fatigué, j'apprends deux ou trois coups.
Don't forget, when you dance a Boca, it's only one person. Because you are unique. Yes, you are you. Yes or no? Yes. Don't forget that. You, it's you. You, it's you. Forget white, colors, humanity. Bula is a tempo, it's a heart. When you decide, you refuse to Bula, you change the tempo of Bula. Do you know what I mean? You have Bula is regular. You try to irregularity. Yes? But your chaos, your activity, don't follow any person because you are unique. Yes? And when you want to come on Bula, out. Bula. Okay? Yes? Don't forget, I am a researcher, but I am a teacher too. Okay?
And always for the stream, the people online.
Aye, aye, aye. Thank you. I try.
Allez coucher, pendant moi qu'à dormir, mes amis, endormi.
And when you want, you change the dynamic.
Attendons citron, en bas couchant moi, suite.
On pousse les chaises. On push out the chair.
Arrête-moi sommeil, endormi.
Okay.
That is Goka, it's a dance of the present, now. Because you don't know if you are alive tomorrow. You don't know. Present is precious. It's a gift. It's why not tomorrow, but tomorrow maybe you die. Don't forget, life, it's very important. Dance. Dance is a life. Not the same system of European dance is artistic, contemporary. No, dance is life. Okay? I don't want, I want Bula and chaos. I would like you dance your biggie, because each person on the world know a biggie. Biggie of love, I don't know. Biggie of money, biggie, I don't know. But you know that. It's inscription of your body. You know regularity, verticality, but your emotion, your heart, knows the biggie. You discover just the name, but your life knows that. Yes? I love you. That is the biggie. I want to dance normality en, comment on dit, en marge, marron, neg marron, or system. Okay? Thank you.
Moi pas te savais, chat, et verra tant complocité à casa moi. Chat ka te rat, rat ka te chat en bas couchant moi.
Pas te savais, chat, et verra tant complocité à casa moi.
Oh, chat ka te rat, rat ka te chat en bas couchant moi.
Pas te savais, chat, et verra tant complocité à casa moi.
Now I dance my chaos. Me, Lena, and you, when you want, okay?
Casa moi te tinirat, a chercher un chat, oui te mangerat, oui te à casa moi, en dimanche au soir.
Yes.
Aller coucher, pendant moi qu'à dormir, mes amis, endormi, avant premier sommeil.
Now each time I tell you biggie, like a drunk, okay? Now like Colombia.
Tellement content, chaque fois manger rap, qu'à soucier sur le rap, avec mon sommeil, endormi. Elle a bien coupé,
now
même train là,
try to change your,
arrivé 6 après aller mettre à moins, limé là pas moins, qu'à clair en bas couche à moins, en cabouet de rap, j'ai des chats dans ma carte de chat.
try really to fall. Last moment.
Oh, chat carte de rap, rat carte de chat à casa. Chat carte de rap, rat carte de chat à casa.
Again?
Chat carte de rap, rat carte de chat à casa.
Don't fall. Now, I would like with you, is possible in Guadeloupe, everybody is a circle. The drummers, the drummers to come in here, a circle, not behind him. It's humanity, circle, side by side.
One circle. Just one line. One line of circle.
One line of circle. So side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Everyone, yes, come in, come in.
It's like budots. It's like dandan.
Each person to pass, not long, just to life, discover, initiation, relationship between you, a dancer, with a maquet. Normally, he follow me. We are easy. The job is him. We, dancer, okay? To begin in the circle, you begin in, I begin in after you, okay? Ok. Tu vas me suivre. Oui, tu comprends le français. Ok. C'est pas grave. On va faire en direct. When I said, padam pam pam padam pam 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 padam pam padam pam, that is a code, a law to change a dancer. Each with me, eh? When I said, padam pam pam padam pam 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 padam pam, everybody beginning like a biggity, turn and accent, final accent, okay? It's the same time with me, okay? In European system, 1, 2, 3, no. In Guadeloupe, padam, you beginning, okay? Padam, pam, action, reaction, okay? Fap, fap. You have, when you have a problem, fap, fap, adaptation, okay? Adaptation. When I tell, padam, you dance, okay? Yes, 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 okay. Padam, pam, pam, padam, pam, 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 padam, pam, padam, pam. Mark the last, okay? Beginning your beginning, okay? And turn slowly and finish with me, okay? Action, réaction. Action, réaction. Padam, pam, pam, padam, pam, 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 padam, pam, padam, pam. Okay? When I tell the dancer, reprise, padam, pam, you express that. You dance that. Okay? Are you okay? For example, I dance with you follow me. Padam, pam, pam, padam, pam, 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 padam, pam, padam, pam. He dance. Just like to show it like you watch the documentary, like the chain of dancers. Mm-hmm. So we have like to go in. Okay? It's just initiation, okay? Thank you so much, and thank you, Savi, to confidence me, yes, to invite me here. I'm so honored. But you are Guadeloupean people, huh? You are a Guadeloupean people because you have the bigiti very easy. Or maybe you have a lot of bigiti in your life. But don't forget, accept the bigiti because you have a solution. We don't know what, but the solution coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci. C'était bon. C'est mieux ça. Merci.
The best. Thank you. So an echo thank you to Lena for showing us the power of chaos, the teacher that is chaos, the bigody of resilience. And next, we would ask you if you could help us to put the chairs back in place. We would very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we would take 2 to 5 minutes to set up the sound for the next contribution, and then we would begin again. Thank you very much.
Body. So these nuances of the presences of the chaotic, the unpredictable, the uncertain, that is always, introducing fever into the body, the kinesis of the body, the mind, which really puts us into this thinking about, as we immerse ourselves in critical times, in this kind of, perpetual emergency, how do we actually participate in civic and public life that are more prone to risks and danger? I remember an anecdote that was circulated to popular culture in late 80s and 90s of women who got stuck in an island. No one was coming to rescue them. There was no food, no water, no men. All women and a queer guy who later on died, and the women contemplated on eating him on eating the body. On that island, there was even no music. They were hopeless. And to distract themselves from all of these, one shouted, "It's time to dance." To announce dance as time, it's not only an invitation to survive or to belabor survival, but it's also a commitment to be off balance, to live in the trouble of gravity, which I think is very different from the whole assumption and the whole aspiration to be against gravity. How can we live in the troubles of gravity? Dance as time is not only an invitation, but it's a call to breathe dance, to lubricate history with dance, a call to dance participation. How do we participate when dance calls us? From the ontology of dance in feet and how, this instability actually creates stability, we now move to another performance, coming from feet to personalities, by Joy Alpuerto Riter, titled Alter Egos. And I'm going to briefly read an excerpt in the artist's description of the work. What if we could think with different minds, embody multiple personalities with their own lifestyle, culture, histories, manners, passion, strength, weaknesses, no matter what age and ethnicity? In Alter Egos, Joy Alpuerto Riter presents a collage of several identities. Each one of them carries their own memories and history, and each one has a role and function. All of them become alive in one body. Or perhaps all of them become off balance in several egos, several identities. In this performance, Joy Alpuerto Riter offers a 17-minute performance which fluently switches between several personalities, eventually leading to the question of who is controlling who. Joy Alpuerto Riter is a Berlin-based dancer and choreographer recognized for her versatility across diverse dance styles. She graduated in 2004 from Paluca University in Dresden, where she studied dance. With a foundation in classical training, Philippine folk dance, contemporary, and various club dance styles, Joy has since toured internationally with acclaimed companies, including the Akram Kam Company, Juan Ramirez, among others. Her dedication to the communal nature of dance led her to also engage deeply with Berlin's hip-hop and voguing scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, Joy Alpuerto Riter.
Hello, everyone, again. And thank you for coming to this Invocations program and for staying until now, because I know that some people have left or have left for a break and will come back. We now have a very exciting part of our program, and I'm really, really excited to introduce this very, very interesting act, which actually invites our audience to participate and contribute to a food performance that is really something very central to our practice at Savvy Contemporary. So you will all be at a certain point on stage with our guests, and there'll be some action, there'll be a lot happening. For those of you who may know Savvy or may not know Savvy, just to say, I think most of you know Savvy as a space where you come to see things, Obviously, the notion is that Savvy is a visual, a multidisciplinary art space. And some obviously come to Savvy to listen, to talk, you know, because we have a lot of lectures, we have a lot of talks, we have a lot of sonic programming, and yeah, talking. But there are also people who know that you can come to Savvy to eat. Yes, to eat. It's something that we do a lot at Savvy. At Savvy, besides all the other things that we do, we eat together and we cook together almost every single day. My colleagues can testify this. While doing these simple acts of eating and cooking together, a lot of things transpire, and in the process, we get to experience so many different things. And this process is something that we are very happy to share with the audience today and maybe in different moments. Because for us, the collective act of cooking and eating together transcends, obviously, the mere sustenance and the desire to still our hunger, of course. For us, cooking and eating together represents so many things. It represents solidarity. It represents connection. It represents togetherness, of course, but most importantly, it represents the connection that we seek to build with each other in our community. We therefore use this act of cooking and eating together at Savvy. Usually it's a very beautiful scenario when we cook and eat. We use these moments to ask questions, to dialogue, to understand each other, to learn about the histories of others, the cultures, the stories, and different things that are encapsulated in the ingredients, in the food, in the recipes, in the people we eat with, we eat and dine with. This act of collective eating and cooking together becomes an intentional moment of developing strategies to make our communities stronger. As we know, good food is not only about the taste, it is about where and who we eat it with. Therefore, we invite you, our audience now, to join us and our special guests, Mohammed Amjahid, Shi Tamufo, and Linhan Baladbat in a cooking performance and conversations titled Kitchen Atlas, Know the History of Your Food. A performative deliberation around the food culture at Savvy and, of course, beyond. And I'll read a little bit in Mohammed's thoughts what this is about, what the performance is about. Some ingredients we use in our kitchens every day have taken a complex journey to land on our plates. Colonialism, cultural appropriation, and capitalist exploitation. And yet, as humanity, we depend on cultivating food, sharing, and even celebrating it. Without food, there are no people. Mohammed, in his columns, who is an author, regularly tells the stories behind everyday ingredients we want to cook. And today we are going to cook and discuss with him, sharing memories of favorite dishes and becoming more aware of what we regularly put into our bodies. We have also invited where is she? Catherine, who has been our caterer at Savvy for the past 6 years, blessing us and spoiling us with delicious taste and flavors. And she will be in conversation with Mohammed to unveil the secret of her catering and the food that she serves. And last but not least, we also have my dear colleague, Linhan Baladbat, who is a Savvy team member and a passionate cook. Her cooking is legendary. I mean, food management top. She can cook a meal for 30 people with 15 euros, just to say. Yes, even, yes. And obviously, her cooking inspires us and makes us happy every day at Savvy. So, just a little bit more about the guests today. I'll read a little bit about their bio so you know them a little bit better before they begin. Mohammed Amjahid is a freelance investigative journalist and author. He regularly conducts research for several major media outlets on various topics such as police violence in Germany or the upheavals in the Middle East and North Africa. He writes on Twitter and Instagram. He writes regularly food columns for Monopole magazine and Side magazine online. He has published many books, amongst them, Among Whites, What It Means to Be Privileged with Hanser Berlin. His second book, Whitewash, A Guide to Anti-Racist Thinking, was published in 2021 by Piper Verlag. In 2022, his book, Let's Talk About Sex, Habibi, Love and Desire from Casablanca to Cairo, was released by Piper. In September 2024, his new investigative book, Individual Cases, The System Behind Police Violence, was also published by Piper. So he's not just an incredible cook, he's also an incredible writer. Tamufo Catherine, she, fondly called She, affectionately known as She, is also here, is a Berlin-based chef from Cameroon whose cooking is deeply rooted in family tradition and love. Growing up in Cameroon, She's passion for cooking blossomed at her mother's side, inspired by her mother's work as a caterer who would bring both nourishment and joy to people's plates. Completing formal catering training in Germany, she balances her role as a daycare teacher, where she cooks a special meal once a week, cherished by the children, their families, and the staff. With her work as a caterer, as well as an event decorator for weddings, so multi-talented, and birthdays, specializing in Cameroonian dishes such as fried chicken, plantains, puff-puff, jollof. She has catered for school openings, camp events, art events, and private celebrations. Catherine, she describes cooking as a calling, a means of delivering happiness and connection to communities across Germany. She dreams of expanding her catering business globally to share her taste of home and heart with the wider world. And again, last but not least, our dearest colleague from Savvy, Linhan Baladbat Helbok, is part of the Savvy team, holding the position of co-executive director. She's also a practicing independent curator, but most importantly, she's an incredible cook. I have to repeat it. And her recipes, her cooking processes, and her skills inspire us and makes us happy every day. I will say enjoy the performance. You're all invited to participate and be part of this.
Wow, so I think you heard it all. This is a participatory cooking session. So first and foremost, we want to welcome you, dear audience. Thank you for staying with us. It's going to be a beautiful night. I see some familiar faces. I'm happy that you're here. So yeah, we want to welcome you. As you see, we're preparing here. We will not use all of these graters, so anyone who wants to help, and we need your help, please, you can also raise your hand. I come to you, I give you a grater and maybe a vessel.
Yeah, you raise your hand first.
Yeah, 2, amazing, 3.
Can you turn on my mic? Yeah, can you hear me better now? Yeah. Okay, so also for me, so nice that you are here. I see many friends of mine. You have to do this. There's no way you are not getting out. I see their friends. I don't know who brought a grater, because we did ask people to. Yes, that one. Good. This is why we are looking forward to your contribution. Just, we have here gloves, so you can use gloves. Gloves are necessary. Safety first. So, and then you can get a grater, and then
No.
you can get
We have
just
2 sizes, so that you come
like this. This is us.
This is L and this is M. Yeah?
Plastic carrot cake.
Okay. Hi, Alice. How are you?
Good, how are you, Ma?
I'm good.
Anyone wants?
Hi, how are you? You brought your own?
No, she gave it to me.
We'll take 5 seconds, and then I will start telling you some stories. I mean, I will try to give out the graters to you and at the same time talk a little bit. It was in the introduction that I tried to tell the story of everyday food.
So in case we have 3 more grating, you can take a grater here.
Use this one, right? No, this one. This one.
Sorry.
Hi. And then we have here, if you are finished with the grating, you can come back and pour it.
Sorry, there was a question from the audience. So which side of the grater should they use?
Not the this side. Do you see it? Not the finest one, but this fine one. Hello.
Okay.
Do you want to also grate? Huh? Joanna, you also have carrots. Who wants to snack a carrot? No one wants to snack.
Yes, you can take one.
Yeah, we have also tables. If you feel better grating at the table, you can be there. Okay. So what are we doing?
There's one more grater here in case you want to help. Then you can take this here.
Hi, Elias. Hi. And you can use this one too. Yeah. Into this. And then you pour it here. Okay. So we are going to cook gajar ka halwa, which is a North Indian carrot pudding. And we are going to serve in a second also Moroccan orange, carrot, orange flower water punch. So yeah, and for all of those who volunteered, they will get now a bowl of the dessert already.
Okay. How should we do it? Maybe we wait until the volunteers have
Yeah.
grated their carrots, and then we pass you a bowl. As you see, I'm a helper for tonight. So anything you need, also give me a sign and I can come and help you. I'm going to ask you to help also in a bit.
Yes, and this is, by the way, performative, so feel free to talk, to chat, to give your kid a carrot if it wants a carrot, while also I'm telling a little bit about the history of the food.
Exactly.
I wanted to start with the carrots. You said, Lynn, that you don't like carrots.
No, I said I don't like raisins.
You don't like raisins.
Exactly. And I said, actually, I only know one dessert made out of carrots.
Which is?
This carrot balls at the Turkish
The
bakery.
Turkish carrot balls with the sugar.
Exactly.
Coating.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah.
Okay, Kelly, say it again.
If anyone would like to grate on the stage, please feel free to use this table.
Okay, so yeah, let's start with the carrots. Maybe, can you say it again? What's the name?
Gajar ka halwa. That's the name of the dessert, which means halwa from carrots. People are here who speak Sanskrit, maybe?
Anyone who...
Is it right? Halwa from carrots? Gajar ka halwa? Yes? Okay.
Legit.
See, I learned something. I just finished a text that is not published yet about carrots. I don't know how many Dutch people are here.
Dutch people?
No Dutch people. I know at least one Dutch traumatized person, but no Dutch people, okay. Which is, yeah, if you use different sides, that's diversity. It will maybe not work at the end, like diversity out there, but I'm fine with using whatever you rate at this moment. So, yeah, I just wanted very quickly to tell the story that I just finished a text about carrots that is not published yet, that tells the story or the legend how the Dutch try to do carrot PR. Do you want a grate or what do you want? I don't know if you went to Amsterdam before. Did you have a tour? No, you didn't have a tour. At this tour in Amsterdam for tourists, they usually tell the story that the orange carrot was invented in honor of the Dutch royal family because their color is orange.
Like the football team.
Like the football team, Oranje. But this is just a lie. This is a PR stunt. I mean, I found out, I went to the archives and read that the oranges we just, there's a thumbs up.
We're figuring out.
As a lot of things that we can buy in the supermarkets, this is not the original shape or color of a carrot. The carrot from Asian regions through the Middle East, through Turkey, came with Arabic traders and was red or yellow. And then in Europe, especially here in Germany and in the Netherlands, they planted it, and it was, how to say, it was crossed between yellow and red, so it became orange. So it's not a national symbol of the Netherlands, however, they naturally appropriated it, if you want.
Okay. Also, just to say that now in the beginning we're gonna cook. We're gonna cook for a bit. We're gonna ask more. It's also very fine if you raise your hand. If you have a question, I'll walk with you with the mic. If you have something particular you want to mention if you would pour it more, sorry, in here or in here? Okay. The mic thing is not really working out.
One very important thing. Already 3 people cut their fingers back there. So please be safe. Snack the end of the carrot. You can eat it. Well done. And you can pour it here, the rest.
Maybe
No.
here. We can put it in here. Thank you. Okay, what is this bowl that we're having here?
This is just roasted nuts. I mean, yesterday we went to the supermarket here across the street and we bought a lot of carrots, as you can see. And we tried to buy nuts because the dessert is topped with nuts. The only thing that was missing were the pistachios. So I went to all the shops in Müllerstraße, the Arab shops, Turkish shops, and spoke to the people there. And unfortunately, because of the Dubai chocolate, pistachios are gone. So they were laughing at me. Can I pour it here?
Who knows about the Dubai chocolate rave? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Exactly, I was in the same position, so I'm not embarrassed. Only 3 people in the audience know it.
Which is great, I guess, because it's a hype on social media where people where people make from kunefe and pistachio paste and chocolate Dubai chocolate bars that look not so good actually, but that use a lot of pistachios, which are one of the most expensive nuts that you can get. So please enjoy this very expensive dish because I found 5 packages of pistachios in the last supermarket I looked at yesterday. And I can also start serving a little bit if you want. Here's the people.
Do we have cutlery? Yeah, here. So in case you want to, so we pre-cooked 1 pot. So if you want to taste the pre-cooked version, we're gonna live cook here another pot. But in case you wanna try a bit, please come forward. We have spoons here.
No.
No? I see Lily is munching already. So maybe just as a side note, as Lema already mentioned, we cook a lot, we eat a lot. And in a way, it's not just for the necessity or enjoyment, it's also some sort of currency, I would say. So at the end of the day, a lot of people know Savi started as a self-initiated non-for-profit, which we still are. And so a lot of times, you know, when we had people helping out, etc., we said, oh, at least you should have 2 warm meals. And sometimes Anna's coming here, a piece of cake. So at the end of the day, for us, it's not only as, you know, like coming together and eating, but it has a lot of connotations. So at the end of the day here, we also say that the body is an archive, and it's not only a site of learning or unlearning, but it's beautiful to be with an audience and have this collective momentum of devouring something and being part of something. So it's super important to not only read about things or have, I don't know, like all this theory, but also have a moment where you get kind of like human and you get to eat something in peace and just enjoy the company of someone else. So I see...
I'm serving the food. By the way, that it's anarchy that's planned, of course. Like that
Exactly.
This is not really working, it's fine. You grated, right? Here. This is, I'm starting to serve some...
Hands up, who wants dessert?
Go ahead.
Yeah, up there.
Go ahead. I can't see back there.
Okay. I can also help you prepare.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah?
So I want to say something about spices in between because I did a research about nutmeg, which is, yeah, like this, and then we make nuts. Und ich verteile sie dann. So I made some research about spices the other day, and I found out that white people killed a lot of people because of spices, especially nutmeg, which was the case for, again, the Dutch people. It's just a coincidence that I'm bashing the Dutch. But the Dutch people, they committed a genocide in Indonesia, because back then in the 18th century, you could buy with one big pack of nutmeg, you could buy a whole street in Amsterdam. So they decided that they want this, and they found it in Indonesia, and they basically killed the whole population there, and they brought enslaved people to work in the plantations. So they had, in the first couple of decades, a monopoly. And in this dish, in the halwa, there is cardamom. And cardamom has a similar story, actually. So for that, I would ask all of you to just consume and eat, maybe with, if you have the time, also the information that is behind the food that you are consuming. Often it is told about, thank you, you can give me this and you can get one boil. That's a good deal, right? Often it's known that, for example, the chocolate production nowadays is a big problem. The history of sugar is connected. Here, you get also a reward. Thank you. The production of sugar and any spice that you can think of was or has a connection to a colonial story of exploitation, more or less. And the cardamom that we used here, I at least tried to buy cardamom that is from Bio, Öko Guatemala Landwirtschaft. But of course, I cannot say 100% that this was produced without exploitation. And it is here at least also a privilege to opt for the product that gives you the possibility to know if the means of production were at least okay. But at the same time, if you look at the fact that cardamom is used, and this is the time right now, cardamom is used in many Christmassy bakery things. Like, how do the Finnish even think of cardamom? Or the Swedish people or the German? They brought it here, and they brought it with the blood and the stories and
Maybe, Mudassir, you should stop munching and focus on the mics. Yeah.
I can give out.
You want one? No.
Yes. Come closer. Come on stage, actually.
I was trying to avoid that.
It's too late.
Okay, wait. Shout outs to Mudassir, who does tech today for the first time.
So
No, in this format, sorry.
If he also uses this mic, sound quality would be much better. It's also just that mic, it sounds really bad.
Okay. Yeah, but it's important that he has a headset. Okay, Okay, we need one helper here, and then I'm your mic holder.
Did you turn this off?
Yeah. We have one.
I can also
Sweet.
shout. I can shout. That's not a problem.
No, I can hold the mic. That's
I love
okay.
to shout at people.
Okay. Streaming.
The streaming, the online streaming. Okay.
Okay, should we start cooking this? Yes. Okay.
I'll start cooking. You can talk.
Okay.
It's a bad deal, right?
No, I'll switch the mic like this. Okay, so we're gonna start cooking. Can you maybe explain what you throw first?
So the gajarka halwa is very easy. You just take ghee, which is clarified butter if you want, and you put it in a big jar, which we are going to do now. I hope this is going to work. Lily, where are you? Where's Lily? No, she's not here.
Lily Somogi, we need your help. Thank you so much. Maybe we just...
Yeah, just put it here and take...
Anarchy, anarchy.
So I will, you still hear me, right? I will just talk while we do this.
Wait, Kelly, don't worry about it.
You put ghee in the a pot, and you start a little bit to heat it up. Then you put the grated carrots in it, and you try to get a nutty flavor out of them just by cooking them in the ghee. And when that's done, you put a lot of sweetened condensed milk in it, and you let it simmer till the carrots are soft. And at the end, you top it with some cardamom. That's it. It's very, very easy. This is why we chose this, thank you. This is why we chose this recipe, to not end up in a performance that doesn't work, but it is actually, for me, also on stage, a possibility to do something that we can finish, maybe, at the end of the day. No, don't go. You will get a reward.
Something sweet, yeah.
Something sweet. But we also have another dish that we prepared and that someone can bring. It's in the kitchen, the dessert that we prepared. Just go, they know about it. In the kitchen. The dessert. You can't miss it. It's a big bowl. And that's a punch, if you want. That's grated carrots with oranges and orange flower water. If you have a phone, please put it out and type in orange flower water Wikipedia and go on the English Wikipedia page. And there you will see a picture of the distillation machine that is used to distillate the orange flowers, which is happening especially in the Mediterranean area, in France, in Spain, in Morocco. And when I was little, I used to watch my mom do this, the distillation process, and I talked to her before our evening today, and she's greeting everybody and she's laughing at us a little bit, because she was like, how many people are coming? And I told her around 100, 200, I don't know. And then she asked how many white German people are coming, because they're eating a lot. And then I told her that I don't know, because I don't racial profile the audience. Not tonight.
You told her you don't racial profile. In which language?
In Arabic. ما كنشوفش شكون اللي جاي من شي جهة. Because apparently some people don't see color. That's a joke. Anyway, she told me, the ghee is already hot. She told me that we asked different moms about the amount of carrots. And this is why we ended up with a lot of carrots, because she was like, 15 kilos is not enough. So if you want to take a carrot with you tonight, please be our guest and take the carrot. And then she was telling me about how she would make this distillated orange flower water when I was little, and she was telling me about the process that when you distillate the water, you get like 3 qualities of the water. You get the very concentrated orange flower water, the medium, and the very weak one. And she would put them in bottles like this one.
And sell the weak one?
No, like this one, just 10 times bigger. And can you stare for me? Just 10 times bigger, yes. And she would gift some of these bottles to people. And I would know if she likes the person, if the person gets the good stuff or the less good stuff, actually. And this one that we use today in the punch is the good stuff. From Morocco, I brought it. And I would like to just give everybody the chance to smell it, maybe, if you want, because you cannot get this here. And we went... No, actually, I stole something with someone. No, I will not say with whom. I stole something from Müller. I stole this perfume thingies where you can smell. Okay. Don't tell Mr. Müller that I did this with someone that I will not say who, because they will call the police. So you can then smell it a little bit. If you want, I will go and distribute this.
Or I can also go and
Yes, go.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
I can hold the mic and I can ask you a question.
Go ahead.
This is turning into a big thing.
It is a big thing. My question to you was because we are doing carrot-based desserts and we've been talking about spices, nutmeg, cinnamon, etc. Do you know anything about the history of carrot cake? And
No, I don't know.
no, I don't either.
Who likes carrot cake? Who knows the history of carrot cake? No one. I don't like carrot cake because it reminds me that's something Scandinavian. I don't like Scandinavian food for some reason.
You don't like Scandinavian food?
No, I don't like Scandinavian food, even though they put some spices in their food. But I think there is a misuse of the spices, how they're handled in the Swedish or Finnish food. But no offense if there are Scandinavian people here tonight. I offended half of Europe, but whatever. Yeah.
I was thinking about just the history of nutmeg and cinnamon and the bringing of these spices into countries where they're not grown, and whether there are recipes that are linked to the arrival of these spices into these continents, this continent, North America, etc. Actually, North America, different history of food. But yeah, I don't know this, but I'm curious also if anybody in the audience knows whether you have an answer for me. Do you want a mic?
Come over, please. Give it up for the person. It's not easy to come over.
Hi, I'm Rena, and on my mom's side, my mom is white German person, and she's from the very north of Germany, Ostfriesland. And there are a lot of people who were actually, what is it called, captains of boats. And they were a lot working in this colonial trade. So in that area, there are these cookies called Pfeffernüsse. And they have a lot of spices that come from this colonial trade, but that are like original to that area, Ostfriesland.
I did read about coming back to the cardamom, and a person from Hamburg in the 19th century decided to introduce cardamom to Middle and South America. I don't know if people from that region are here.
That know about cardamom?
Yeah, or how they use it in Mexico, for example, or in Guatemala. But Guatemala became, because of this colonial trade, the biggest producer today of cardamom. And cardamom, just to give you an idea how precious it is a little pot with little seeds in it that grow from maybe 4 to 5 to 6 months harvest time. So you need specialized workers, often women, who knows which pot to pick. This happens in Guatemala. This happens also in different regions of India, for example. And the colonial powers who came to Asia and then took the cardamom to Middle America, they also forced this woman to work for them because they didn't have the knowledge when to pick which pot. And you cannot use any machine, for example. You cannot use any unskilled worker to do that kind of job. So also when you use, or when you look at your pantry and you find there a little amount of nutmeg that you might not use on a daily basis, or of cardamom that you might not use on a daily basis, there's a lot of work that went into that spice.
So you're pouring now condensed milk.
Yeah, I'm pouring condensed milk, a very healthy ingredient. As you all know, it has protein and a lot of sugar, and it will make you happy. So with this milk, then, and a little bit of ghee on top, we will have a kind of a stewy consistency, and then we will be able to just let it simmer, and then have this puddingy consistency, you know what I mean, at the end.
Have you ever made dessert for, let's say, 60 people?
I once cooked for 200 plus people at the Afrolution Festival here not far for 3 days, and at the end I really couldn't feel my body. I am one of these people who work at desks, but also as a reporter I'm out chasing some Frontex police officers somewhere to say how they are killing with our tax money people, but the physical labor is something that is very new to me. So I know how it is to stand here, stand in the kitchen by just working 3 days and being sick after that. So this is why also for me it's important to acknowledge how much work and how much passion it goes to making food. The person that does not really experience that kind of labor maybe does not know. This is why maybe the people who grated the carrots, they taste it differently, because it does take a lot of effort and it does take a lot of energy to make something that is eatable, to put it in your body.
Okay, I have a question. We have a lot of sugar here in the front.
Why not? We have a lot of sugar here in the front, but this sugar went into the punch that I will distribute in a second. Okay. Because it has this orange flower water that I just spoke about, and orange juice. I know that orange juice is something that is sweet in itself, but people in North Africa and in the Middle East, they like sugar. It's a fact. And the sugar is giving the punch, of course, a more sugary flavor, but at the same time, it is something that is meant to be eaten during summer, because we want to have some summery flavors tonight. We also decided to have this punch, and the flowers that are distillated that I talked about are from the bitter orange. I don't know, who knows about the bitter orange?
1, 2, 3.
Okay. There are no bitter oranges in Sicily or in... Yeah, I know this person, by the way. You're bullshitting me. No, the bitter oranges. The bitter oranges are special oranges that grow especially in Andalusia, in South Spain, but also in Sicily, for example, or in North Africa. And people don't eat the oranges. People, they take the flowers and they make the water, distillated water out of it. But then some stupid British people came. Are there British people here? Also good. They came and they tasted this very bitter orange and they liked it for somehow. So the people, the local people, they were like, great. They're killing us, but at least we can sell them the bitter oranges that we don't want. So if you go to England especially, you can buy bitter orange marmalade. I don't know, who ate bitter orange marmalade before? Who liked it? Okay, 3. Okay. Bitter orange marmalade. No. Even though a lot of sugar goes into that marmalade, it's still very bitter. So to balance a little bit the evening with the nutty flavors, we decided to have this summery drink, if you want. Yeah.
Lawrence, we might need, cups, paper cups, and a ladder for this here. Yeah? Ladle. How do you say this in English? Thank you. So.
Yeah, and because the night is young, I also brought, because Lily is here, if you want, you can put some Pusta Barak Palinka, very alcoholic beverage in it. This is, but very, I don't know. Don't put it on me if you are very drunk at the end. But we wanted to incorporate from each region of the team something, and this is great.
Lily, you have an anecdote about the drink?
Too many. No, I mean just a general introduction to palinka. It's made of fruit, and it is very high percentage of alcohol. And for a very long time, it was illegal to make it at home because it's very easy to make it bad, and then it can be very dangerous. But it's a new governmental introduction for kind of implementing some patriotic feelings about it. Now it's legal to make it again at home. So yeah, this is a small anecdote.
And how do you pronounce it?
Palinka.
Okay, maybe I'll ask she to come and join us slowly to join this conversation.
Do the people know that there's food coming?
There's food coming
here. Maybe there's. I don't know if she's here. Hi, come over. I'm very sorry. I stole a piece of chicken already.
Half of the kitchen did.
I hope that's okay, but it's very, very delicious. It's okay.
Okay. Lema introduced you already. We're super happy that you're with us.
Thank you.
So she's someone who brought us food whenever we had big events, like boxes and boxes of chicken, beans, rice, puff. Yeah. We're super happy that you're joining us for this stand-up cooking session. So just to say also, when the people told me that they're cooking here in the space, I said, what? Are you crazy? We have like heat sensors everywhere, like fire sensors. So in case something is beeping, we need to, just to let you know. So maybe, just to ask you, how come you bring us food during events?
Also, why I'm bringing you guys food? To be honest, I see the people here to be so lovely, and I know that food as far as me is something that I prepare out of love. So whenever I'm in this environment, I always tell them I feel warm, I feel welcome, and I feel loved. So it makes me and pushes me all the time to feel like giving them the love that I have to show to them through the food that I'm bringing to them. So that's what really encouraged me most of the time to bring food to Savi.
What are we eating tonight?
Puff, beans, chicken, jollof rice. I think we have 3 types of jollof rice. We have the Ghana jollof, we have the Nigerian jollof, but from Cameroon, absolutely, it has no name. It's just known like jollof rice.
Someone is excited over here.
So that's what we have today, and chapati from Kenya as well.
Can I ask how much time did you need to prepare the food for tonight?
Yeah,
the preparation doesn't just start when we do the cooking, it starts from the head. And I took like, it could be 2 days, but it looks like 1 day. That's why I said it doesn't just start from what we're doing, but it starts from the head. So I start my preparation 1 day before the event, and I complete it on the day of the event itself, so that we can work with time as well. Yeah.
Have you ever made something out of carrots, sweets?
I've never made something with carrots itself, but I include carrots in my menu. In the jollof rice, sometimes in the beans, either grated or the carrots. Carrot is most of the time included in my menu, but not like just carrots on its own, like what I'm seeing here. It's a little bit new to me. We usually use carrots like this with juice or in salads.
I mean, carrots, if you look at the German cuisine for a moment, I'm sorry. If you look at the German cuisine for a moment, there are ideas of combining things. For example, peas and carrots. The problem is the lack of flavor. Thank you. Gesundheit. The lack of flavor. I think what German cuisine would need is more spices, for example, and more patience. Because I don't know about Filipino cuisine, Cameroonian cuisine, but in North Africa, everything has to cook for a very, very long time. We don't like knackish, no. We like that the vitamins all are out. No, we don't like the nutrition, we like the flavor.
Yes, that's true.
So this is why when you look at the combination of, for example, of carrots and peas in Morocco, you cook them for a longer time and you put good olive oil on it, you put good spices on them. So suddenly, like a very simple dish becomes a very delicious dish.
That's true.
Plus, a very vegan dish becomes a very expensive dish in Kreuzberg. Because people suddenly, they think that they reinvented stuff, but it's just a cup. By the way, and I'm filmed here, the discussion in Germany about cultural appropriation is very tense, I would say. And I would say at this point, everybody is allowed to cook everything. Yeah. I hope that I'm allowed to cook Korean food because it's delicious. But the situation and to have the knowledge and the respect, to know where it's coming from, how it's done, that's the key to how you respect also the cultural practices of others, if you want. Not to steal it and to say, in Kreuzberg, this is like Kreuzberger tagine or something, but you just Googled it and copied it.
Yeah, he's right. Like he said, like the African kitchen takes a longer time as to compare to the European kitchen or to the German kitchen. And in addition, our meals are spicy and it has taste in it. I visited the Asian restaurant like 2 days ago and I was like impressed because what I ate, to me, it was different from what I've been eating in the past months or years. The food to me tastes like our food. It's like enough spice inside, different sorts of ingredients, unlike the German cuisine, or the German kitchen that just goes like flat. I'm not like bringing the German kitchen down, but sometimes to me it's like water. Sorry. Sometimes. But in any case, I need the taste. Those tastes have been needed sometime also because it's not all the time that we go for spicy food or food with too much spicy. And at the same time, some people, health-wise as well, it's not good also. So that's why I also encourage that we shouldn't focus more on the food which has a lot of spices also. It's also good sometimes with those without a lot of ingredients in it. And we take longer time to cook, like you said, because we have different ingredients we put in our food. Is that right? Yeah, and these ingredients comes also in different periods of time because there are some ingredients that when you put before some, it's going to lose the taste of the ingredient. And at the same time, there are some ingredients that when you put the same time also with some ingredients, it's going to change the the taste of what you want. So the different ingredients comes at the different periods as this food is being prepared. You have to know when to put what and when not to put what.
But this sounds super laborious because at the end of the day, like who can afford also to kind of like sit, think about what are we cooking, do the groceries, stand in the kitchen and cook food forever. I remember like I'm a single child, so I took care of myself food-wise very early on, and I just cooked like very simple things. And I remember in uni, I would bring always food and I shared also with friends, and a friend of mine, Men, said, Lidhan, do you cook? And I said, are you joking? You eat my food every day. I share it with you. And he said, but that's not cooking.
As well when I tasted your food.
He said, this is couscous and vegetables, but this is not cooking, Do you make a stew or something solid? I'm like, wow, okay, so that's cooking for him,
I came to study in Germany, and I was my whole life till I was 18 living off my mom's food. Very privileged, I can tell you. And the last month when I was supposed to leave, she told me, she said something like, don't be a donkey. She's an Arab mom. Don't be a donkey and come and stand next to me in the kitchen, you will need it. And I was like, look, I'm going to study, I'm like in another world and in my head. But she was right. I arrived in Germany, I was broke, so I didn't have a lot of money, a lot of possibilities, and I remembered what she taught me, to make from very little a lot to survive the day, to survive the week, to nourish myself, to try to incorporate her knowledge and the knowledge of her mother and the knowledge of her ancestors into my daily life. So yes, it needs time, it needs also effort, but somehow it is a survival mode, I would say, especially in diasporic communities where the winter depression is hitting right now. So something like this carrot stew, this carrot halwa, or your food that tastes amazing, by the way, is giving life back. Yeah. It's also, I don't want to, of course, make it bigger than it is, but just talking for me, it's a kind of a therapy at the same time. I go out, I see very, very ugly things with my work, just being on the street. I come back home and I have a dish that gives me reassurance and that gives me kind of the possibility to reflect also. This sounds like a Kalenderspruch, but this is how it is.
Yeah, like you said, in the world of this full of depression and how food also is important to us, I agree with that, because I remember, like yesterday, I was with a friend and she was done from work and she was so tired. So she passed by me and I gave her something to eat while she get home, and she was like, thank God that I have this, it's going to take me to bed. Because when it's that lekker, when it's good, then to be honest, most of our foods are also heavy. It's also, it's heavy. Yeah, it's not light. The German prepare light food. It's good for your weight. That's why I said health-wise also, it's good. So in every area, I appreciate our kitchen. But our food is so heavy, and when she took what I gave her, she was like, I'm so tired, thank God this is just going to knock me, and I'm going to rest. Because of it was fufu, we call it fufu. Fufu, yes. Something like grease, but we do us in a different way, hard, and you eat with any sauce that comes alongside with. So imagine you taking something like grease, which is hard. Definitely, you're going to bed, and your depression for that moment also is going to heal. Yes, it's going to like subside before we get up, then kick off again in the next days.
So as me to understand, we have 5 more minutes. Maybe I just also let you explain more if the food is kind of like the dessert is done, the one that we made, and maybe also you want to quickly share afterwards, like what are we eating tonight? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the food is, I'm distributing the food. Yeah, it's It's done. We will have a batch later without. Who likes raisins? Who does not like raisins? Oh my God. Out. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We are adults. We can fight this in a very civilized way. You also don't like raisins. Why don't you like raisins, my dear?
I don't know. Why would you spoil something so delicious like grapes and let it like shrink and be, and then eat those things?
It's concentrated grapes. Yeah, but I do understand that some people don't like some things, so this is why we are preparing also a batch without raisins. That will come later, also if you want after the real food, after the soul food, and you can get also more of the punch if you want by yourself later.
Beautiful, thank you. Yeah, maybe you also want to share about what you brought us tonight?
Okay, what I brought tonight is beans, and it's all vegetarian. Then we have chicken alongside with those.
You're like my mom. It's vegetarian. It's just chicken. It's vegetarian.
Alongside, but it's nothing in the form of meat, fish. It's included in any of the dishes which are prepared. So beans is just in the form of beans, like we know, tomatoes, onion, and like celeries. That's just it. Then puff is like flour, yeast, sugar, and salt. They're in the form of little round balls. I think most of us here must have known of that. Then we have jollof rice. Jollof rice is made of rice, tomatoes, maggi, carrots, green beans, and onion. No meat, absolutely. And we have granite soup, ethnozosa. A lot of people are allergic to. Some people are allergic to ethnozosa, but I try to include.
Yeah, guys, peanuts. Anyone who's allergic to peanuts? Peanuts in the sauce.
Peanuts, yeah, peanut sauce. It's separate. I try to include that in my meal because, like we said, I cook out of love, and that is what has captured the.
I just said I can serve, and you get the mic.
So like in the kindergarten in which I work, I do African dish once in a week for the children. And it was so funny that from the day I started doing this African dish once for the children in the kindergarten, that's peanut sauce. They are so much in love with this peanut sauce. This is a kita where it's a vegetarian kita. It's a kita for people of color. So in this kindergarten, like it's called Sankofa, which means remember your root, where you're coming from. So we decided to have one day, Wednesday, which is an African day for the children, for them to remember where they are coming from. So I introduced them with this peanut sauce, like the peanut butter sauce, and they are so excited. That's the only meal which I will tell you, if we have 50% or 50 children in this kindergarten, all the 50 eat this granite soup. And what's so funny is sometimes they don't know the days of the week. But because this peanut sauce is being prepared on Wednesday, they all know when and where Wednesday falls, just because of peanut butter. When they are lazy not to come to the kindergarten, but when it's Wednesday, they count and say, Mama, ich muss heute to kindergarten gehen, weil heute ist Ethnozoos-Tag. So it has brought some love. When they see me, wann machen wir Ethnozoos, wann machen wir Ethnozoos? So you can see how food attracts human being, from even starting from kids, from our children. So they have love for this kita just because of peanut sauce. So I included it here for us to have a taste for those who are not allergic to. So it's just made up of granules and vegetables, no meat.
No meat.
That's it.
No meat besides the chicken.
Besides the chicken.
Besides the chicken.
Yeah. I would have a last, do we have a jollof rice?
Yeah.
I know it's a big discussion. Where's the best jollof rice? Where can you get the best
Cameroon,
jollof rice?
of course. What do you think?
Who wants to challenge that?
Cameroon jollof rice is the best jollof rice because from Nigeria and Ghana, they are so Nigerian jollof rice, Cameroon jollof, but we don't boast because we already know what we have.
You have opinions and you are entitled to them. No.
When you know what you got, you don't need to like.
Yeah. It's a little bit like with the bread in North Africa and the Middle East, where everybody is arguing where's the best bread. So the jollof rice actually is a big discussion.
That's
I
right.
understand. So yeah, thank you for the contribution. Thank you for helping. Thank you for eating. Thank you for staying, for talking. And we will serve, I think, in a bit, the food from Cameroon with the best jollof rice you can get. You are invited to stay, and thank you also for Savi, for the team, for making this possible. And hopefully we can chat here and there, and hopefully we can learn more about what we put in our bodies, the history and the framework, how the food is produced. Thank you very much.
And we have the plantain also, fried plantain in the menu. Yes, so they are used to that.
End of the evening soon, and we're waiting on one more panel participant. Not you. I mean, yes, you, but also one more person. Yeah. who've stayed with us since 3 p.m. Bless you. I think that's the sign of a good beginning. Many, many blessings. I was just saying thank you for those of you who've stayed with us since 3, and for those of you who've joined us through the evening, thank you, thank you. I hope that everybody had a lot of the really good dessert and dinner that was made. And my name is Meghna. I'm part of the Savvy team. I'm one of the curatorial team for this show as well. And the panel that we're going to go into today is really connected to how we've been thinking through this exhibition about movement, about choreography, about social choreography, which is to say that as dance is a methodology for thinking about how we move through and create society, which is we think about it through superstructures, the superstructures of the nation state, the superstructures of race, gender, class. And in this panel, we're really thinking about migration as a topic in Germany, in Europe, beyond, and how is it that that category, the migrant category, is one that can be useful for us to think about as a coalition building action, but also one that needs to be complicated, that needs to be thought about in different ways. I'm going to introduce everybody to the panelists. We have over there in the red scarf, Aju John. Aju is a lawyer, researcher, and activist who is also the host and producer of the podcast Delivery Charge, which explores platform delivery work in Germany, where he lives, and India, where he's from. He's a labor and human rights and climate justice educator through the open education platform Nagrik Learning, which he founded. His political engagement in Berlin is driven primarily by his research with South Asian students in low-wage jobs in Berlin. We have with us, after that, Fatima Musa Afra. Fatima is an award-winning activist for women's and human rights who lives in Germany. She's the founder of United Action Women and Girls e.V., an organization that works in the countryside of Brandenburg and Berlin with newcomer migrant women and girls who live in refugee camps and isolated shelters. She's worked as a consultant on issues of migration, women's empowerment, inclusion and participation, including at the level of the German parliament. We also have Ed here with us. Ed Grave is working at Migrationsrat Berlin as a campaigner, speaker, and workshop facilitator on topics around anti-discrimination policy. Ed has been active as a workshop trainer at IPAD in intersectional pedagogy, and is a volunteer board member at GLAD T e.V. I always forget to say the T. Focusing on the intersectional experiences of queerness, disability, and being a person of color. And next to me we have Kavit. Kavit Ebo Eno is a facilitator and mediator, a social justice activist, a tailor, and a project manager for Black organizations in Berlin. Kavit has also worked extensively on other projects, and we hope to go into it more in the panel with her. Thank you so much to all of you for being here today, for also taking the time to think through this, to talk through this with us. I think that when, like we talk about, should we move the table closer? I think that as we've been working on topics of decolonization, on anti-colonial work, on trying to imagine more just future societies, the work that really drives all of us here at Savvy, we've also all been very acutely aware of the news and the headlines that, I think all of us are confronted with at different levels. Every day, every week, in Germany, elsewhere as well, but just within the last year, in the context of Germany, there has been, I think, a lot of big headlines. You can start with the AfD last year in the plan of deporting people, et cetera, et cetera. You can talk about the chancellor talking about how we need to deport people im großen Stil at a grand scale. You can talk about the reform of the common Euro asylum system and the laws that have been passed to restrict that from the German perspective. You can talk about statistics that say that with just this year, and it's only November, it's the start of November, there's been a 20% rise in the number of deportations that have happened in Germany since 2023. And Germany has also started deporting people to countries that they've now decided are safe, like Syria and Afghanistan. In this context, what does it mean to be doing anti-racist, anti-discrimination work that focuses on migrant lives? And I think that is the thing that I want to open with, which is to say that could all of you, in your own words, introduce us to the work that you are doing right now? And also, how is it that the impact of these big political headlines is felt on the ground in the lives of the people that all of you are connected with and work with? Anyone?
I can start. Well, on several levels, you can witness that. On the level of fundings, you can witness that since after the election, a lot of organizations have lost fundings. I just had a call with one of people who arrived in 2022 through the Ukraine war, and they were talking about how disappointed they are right now in the system because they had hopes in 2022 or 2023, but now they are realizing that because they moved into working with nonprofit organizations, and they were promised at that time like a better salary, first of all. They are counting on this salary because they study and they go to a private university, which costs more, which is a category for certain kind of migrants, especially those who migrate to study. And so you have these people who are hoping that they get more money, but then there's no more money because the organizations don't also have the resources. The resources have been cut down, and I think this is not only happening to nonprofits, it's also happening to the cultural and art sector. So this is one area where I have the feeling, wow, there's a lot of cutting down of money, especially that affects people who now work directly with the kind of our clients, especially those who are doing it alternatively. If you're working with a big refugee housing company or estate, then that's a different story. But for migrant organizations who are helping people day to day, it makes a huge difference because they are always already at the margin when it comes to resources, be it financial resources or human resources. Yeah, so this is an area where I have the feeling, okay, the way the election results are coming up, they are really frightening to see where they are heading to and the kind of policies which are being made or how policies are being changed. This affects mostly people, like in my work context, it affects the structures, but I also get from single people saying I'm being affected by this because we do not have enough funding, so I can now have a full position. I have to still stay with the half position and with less money, although I'm working and studying, and I need more money because I'm not in a state-owned university. Yeah.
I can go. when it comes to the area that I'm most closely working on right now, which is the question of recently arrived South Asian students engaged in platform delivery work in Berlin. I started with a vague sense of, there's something unjust that's going on in the system, but at some point, my whatever legal training or instincts or something kicked in, and you try and list down the ways in which they are being subordinated in the society, and you can classify that into several areas of life itself. On the one hand, quite obviously, there is work itself. In the area of work, they occupy a subordinate position in the society in the sense that they do not have access to many of the standard basic labor rights that the average German worker or the average white European worker in Berlin can access. For example, a lot of platform delivery workers do not have access to a written contract. A lot of them have no control over the number of hours that they're working in a day. A lot of them do not get holidays like normal workers do in this country. There is no cap on the number of hours that they're working in a single day. Sometimes, wages are withheld, and there is no access to labor courts or unions in order to, get that money back. So that's the area of work. In the area of housing, a lot of these students face the very sharp end of the housing market. Many of them live in low-quality housing and are paying exorbitant rents to be able to share a room and toilets and kitchen with a bunch of people. Even if you look at the visa categories that they are under, they're also on the student visa, and they're studying in these 4 or 5 new private universities that have opened up all around Berlin. And what is the quality of education that they're receiving, and what is the promise that's been provided to them, and what are they actually receiving in return? At no point does the promise meet the reality of the education that they're receiving. And finally, if you look at if you compare them to ordinary German students in the public German university, they don't have access to subsidized meals at a Mensa or access to subsidized, university housing, student housing. They have to fend for themselves in the grocery markets, in the private grocery market, right? So they have to buy groceries at the increased prices of the last 2 years. They don't get subsidized meals at all. And in addition to that, there's a range of other things. So if you list down the kind of the reasons and the points at which they're subordinated in the society, I kind of get the feeling also that many of the headlines that Meghna pointed out at the beginning, they're just not relevant to this set of reasons of how and why they are subordinated, right? Because even without the threat of right-wing, even without the threat of deportation, their lives are incredibly miserable already. And the threat of deportation comes up only to the extent of, it's a permanent threat of deportation even as a student. So if you lose your admission at the university, that's it. Like, you no longer have the student visa and a basis for staying in the country. So your ability to participate politically is very constrained. You cannot demonstrate against the university. You cannot demonstrate against your employer. So that's and also I completely agree with you in the sense that the number of services that were previously available to them, in the sense of Beratungs, with respect to their labor rights, Beratungs with respect to Migrationsrechte, and all of that, we can see the squeeze that has been applied in the last couple of years. And yeah, so in that sense, the community that I kind of work with is perhaps not as aware of the threat of deportation. However, many of the services that they would otherwise have been able to avail of, there has been a shrinking in the last couple of years.
Okay. Broad question. I'll just also try to make something of it. So basically at Migrationsrat is an umbrella organization, right? So our members are not single people, but other organizations that are community-based and work in all kinds of fields. So our task as an umbrella organization is to connect the dots between the individual struggles of our organizations and kind of trying to put together the pattern and organize for a combined strategy. And since you mentioned the AFD situation, I think it's quite important for us in Berlin, but also nationwide, to highlight that there is like some kind of maybe dissonance or something, because everything that AFD does and their success, none of it is surprising, and yet this is what brings out the emotional big reaction, right? So the big scandal is the AFD votes. The big scandal that brings the big demonstration is like some secret Potsdam remigration meeting. But what doesn't bring out the big protests is our chancellor, who is a proclaimed social party, or the cuts that we are seeing right now within funding, not just in Berlin, but also nationwide, in every like anti-violence, inclusion, migrant rights, every department that is just in any way connected to like social issues is getting their funding cut. And this is not an AFD government. So basically, we have a self-proclaimed progressive government just paving the way for the conservative and right wings to just sit in that nest and keep doing the work that they have other people started. While at the same time, our current government is pushing like very aggressively a divide and rule between the good migrants and the bad migrants. Because another like side of the truth is we have a reformed law on state citizenship. Right? So for many people, it is now easier to get the German citizenship. For many people, it is now possible to hold the dual citizenship for whom it wasn't possible before. So of course, they sell it to us as progress, and a lot of people are buying into that and saying, yes, there is progress. But at the same time, they make it harder for specific people to gain the citizenship now. And we can see that amongst other things as well. Like we can see that for whom it gets easier to migrate, for whom it gets harder to migrate. And it is very clear and very obvious, actually, that there is a political agenda of saying those are the people that we, the white German society, want to do specific things for us and to be welcome under those conditions, and other people not. And it also creates this division within our own communities. And that is, I think, a really big problem and a very great threat that we are now facing, because it brings up like a lot of questions of like, who are we throwing under the bus if we buy into specific deals? And yeah, this is of course also a topic that concerns us a lot. And the other thing is, since like I personally am like specializing in this whole like institutional and structural discrimination and the mechanisms behind it, that can also be applied on like very specific fields, right? So like most of us in our project, we work in schools, but you can apply the same mechanisms of institutional discrimination also to the health sector, to the housing sector, and of course then you have to specialize and bring in other experts, but there are patterns, and these patterns, they repeat themselves. But we also have limitations within this field, because again, when we're talking about migration and we're talking about citizenship and several like different permits, this is not a category recognized under any law of anti-discrimination. Because if it was, it would bring down, it would have like such a domino effect if there was a legal recognition that people can be discriminated by their state citizenship. It would like question so many other things. So of course there is like a huge barrier along this category, and this is, I think, personally now where the classic anti-discrimination work as we know it, like people get separated in different categories, that has its limitations. I don't know if that answers the question. There you go.
Silence sometimes says a lot more than words, right? What can I say that most of you don't know? We work in the countryside of our beautiful Brandenburg, and we work with mothers who are left, who live, some of them in the middle of nowhere, some of them in small villages, some of them in big cities. So we do more field work out there in the community. And as a small self-organized migrant organization, don't forget, we're talking about mothers, women, who have been subjected to a very long-term situation of racism, discrimination, exclusion, isolation. And we thought that there is hope for better. And now, and I always define this in my own terms, I always say, whatever good things we were trying, the baby steps, I call it baby steps we've been trying, somehow now it's like a little baby trying to walk. I'm close to the sofa from my bed, and now back. So the question is, what is next? Don't you forget that these are human beings we're talking about, and every day goes by is a new day, is a new week, it's a new month, it's a new year. And we are talking about women who migrated here, not just because of, and this is another topic I cannot discuss today. The media does not often discuss why people are forced to flee here. Where are they even here? Because the easy reason is they're not interested, because they want to have their beautiful lifestyle here. So who doesn't want to have it all alone for themselves? But the world is changing and things are not the same no more. So these women that are struggling from different sections, like from where they come from, they have experienced and are still experiencing patriarchy issues. They're experiencing inequality support with their children. They're experiencing lack of German course, finding schools for themselves. They're experiencing language barriers. They're experiencing, the list continues. But here is the thing. We're talking about women who have been here 8 years, 7 years, 10 years, some of them living in refugee camps, and others, they have normal apartments, but these are isolated apartments where the neighbors treat them how they want. And these women, there is not also many organizations who can support them. There's little resources out there they can reach. And those little resources that are out there, the organizations that are trying to do something good, they're doing great things. They don't have so much capacity. And there's so much people in the countryside of our Brandenburg. People don't know much about it. But if you go deep into Brandenburg is really big, and we go mobile. And when you look into the situations where people live, you ask yourself, oh my goodness, what is next? And then you tell the woman, stand up, do something, empower yourself, you have to stand up. Oh, the people look at you like, you sound stupid to yourself after a long experience, because these are women who have been left for so long, who don't even understand about their very basic rights, where we are trying to support them and say, hey, you got a lot of opportunities here. Get up, do something, take the child to the kindergarten. You don't have a space in the kindergarten. Don't ask me why. There's good things as well. I don't want to say everything is negative. The basic things, there are some good things there. But a lot of them, the questions they ask you is, what is next for Dumu? When am I going to find a job? There's no employment opportunities there. All of them tell me the 4 hours the kid is in the kita, I want to do something. Please find me something. You tell me stand up, give me something to do. Your heart is broken. They wake up in the same refugee camp or in the same space. They go places where they know each other. By the way, we work with over 14 nationalities. And all these women, we try to create safer spaces. There's nothing called safe space, safer spaces, where they come together themselves. Like you said, these are people who come from different cultures, different languages. What connected them is just the situation. But what now, the problem we have with the political current situation is, it's like, deal with them how you want. Do more, what you have done before, double. This is like you're given the green light. And AFD, I don't know how well you know the percentage of AFD leadership in the countries, in Brandenburg, not all the time countryside. That tells you what's going on there. That tells you the level of racism, right-wing perspective, and what is so stupid, like you said, is we don't have an AFD problem. Watch out. We don't have an AFD problem. Only. We have a democracy, human rights, lack of solidarity, and we don't have migration problem. We have migration advantage. Thank you.
I would like to add on to that because I have been asking myself, of course, we hear the headlines, but for grassroots organization, what's new about the headlines? There's not so much in their day-to-day work, there's not so much new about the headlines. Of course, these headlines today, or the rise of AFD today, it's not happening today. It has a history. That the borders are being externalized, that there's re-immigration, which we will also think, oh, re-immigration, if some people meet in Potsdam and they discuss re-immigration, this is something to laugh about. But some few months fast forward, this is a law. And how this will be carried on for most, when I talk with people we work with, people are not very scared. The reason they are not very scared is because they are witnessing immediately the effects of laws, and some of these laws have been going on, like the start of certain or trends in certain lawmakings are there, like the GEAS reform. This already started like in 2019, 2020, people start hearing about it, 2021, it's, the people who are affected, they are witnessing that. They are witnessing how the development is taking place. So when we hear the headlines, it's no news. So it might be shocking for other people, but for those communities who are directly affected, they watch how the society leave this happen. The society is frozen, and politicians are making decisions, and they're making the laws, and maybe some few group of people go on the street, talk about it, try to create awareness. But whatever we were having now or we'll have in the future, it's no surprise. Politicians don't wake up one morning and say, this is it. They meet, they talk about it, it might be in the media. The society is preoccupied with daily life. Yeah, so whatever is happening now, for most of the people, like the women in Brandenburg, for undocumented people. We talk now more about students, but there's a huge group of migrants and refugees and undocumented people who suffer most from these conditions, which we do not talk about because their conditions are not even, the conditions of students are more regulated than theirs. These are the people who have been maybe in Germany for 15, 20, 30 years, and even with the new laws that you can get a German citizenship, there is no law, there is no new law that permits them to get a legal stay in Germany. So whether we get the nice version of migration, which has always been, even during the time of enslavement, that when workers come and they can be used as labor, especially unpaid labor, no one talks about that. They might be talk about the illegalities, but they will not mention that the illegalities is what facilitates their capitalism. The illegalities is what facilitates them getting cheaper stuff. The illegalities is what facilitates their economy, that even when people are highly qualified after studies, companies are aware that if you cancel the contract today, the immigration office is writing them tomorrow to ask them to leave the country if they don't get a job in 3 months. So all of this is showing to me that there is also a picture of this whole IFD headlines and so on, which is very frightening, of course. I think we should pay attention to it. But I then ask myself, is this new? Or what's new about this? Because for most of the people, nothing is new. And those are the people who don't read the news every day because their life is already the news. Yeah.
Who is the government? Who gave the power to these racist frontline haters? Who is AFD? Who is the government? This is the first question I ask myself. Who gave these people the voice, the power? So let us not separate and sugarcoat. And by the way, no human being is illegal. We are born all legal everywhere. And migration is a very basic human right. And when you look at the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, they pushed out migration. But you see Gesundheit, Menschenrecht, I don't know, whatever. I don't know if these are on your fingertips. The Eurocentric Sustainable Development Goals, migration is excluded. Why? Because migration is meant only for the whites to go and explore in other countries, have a beautiful holiday, spend all this. We have a capitalist problem, a racist world that does not want to share equality, does not want to respect human rights. And what we need to do and ask every day ourselves is, because you see, they are attacking the most vulnerable people in the society, whom they know we don't have a voice. I cannot vote. So who are you? I cannot vote. So it's easy for me to target you, to abuse you, to create all this narrative. We are all human beings. Who doesn't commit a crime? Unfortunately, we should have a world free from crime, but we are humans. It's part of unfortunate reality in our lives. So why are the migrants the one who are accused of criminality when criminal issues is how many Germans what's going on? Hello? We are all human beings. So there is no good migrant, bad migrant. There is class of migrants, you know. There is a class level of classes. Who is wanted, who is not wanted here. But for me, the question I ask myself, and this is what we talked about when we briefly called, ask yourself, please, don't think too big. Start by asking yourself, in what kind of a world do I want to live in? And don't only talk about migration. Think about the homeless people on the street. Think about the women who have been sexually trafficked to do prostitution things, who don't want to be in that situation. Think about the Romanian people whom whenever we see them, we push them away, calling them these are thieves or these are this or this. Think about the different issues going on around the world. Think about the people walking on the street with mental health, whether they're Germans or not, it doesn't matter. So the question shall be, from this headline political is, what kind of a world do we want to live in? And what kind of world do they want to create for us? That's it. I got a lot to say. But this shitty AFD and all these other racists, we got to do something. But talking will not help. Look, how many demos was on the street when the AFD was on the election and all this? How many people were on the street? Where is it now? It's a moment of emotion. Nothing goes beyond. Only the emotions fire comes up when the need is in that moment. But the need shall be sustainability. It shall be something ongoing. It shall be something on our bucket list, like the bread, tea, water, toilet, bed. Genau. Sorry for taking too much time. I want to talk about the very basic little things that we don't talk about. So this is for me. There are voiceless people out there who would love to sit here in my chair today and tell you their stories, but they cannot meet you because of the situation they live in. But we are privileged, we are educated, we're sitting here, we can think, we can fight. They don't know what tomorrow holds for them since 8+ years. Mentally they are out because this paper called illegal is what they don't know what their tomorrow. This shitty paper is what controls their life. I mean in terms of time. People want to go and party and dance. You know, problems is part of our life. But we got to think together before we party. Order?
I think that's what, I think we dance in spite of, or maybe with the problems. We try to dance with the problems, something like that. I'm going to try to put together maybe just like the things that we've spoken about, because I think this gives us a really good and clear picture of what we're looking at, which is to say that we're seeing the cutting off of support to organizations that offer support for migrants of different kinds, but like the headlines really are about the most vulnerable, about refugees and asylum seekers, about people who are at the risk of deportation because of papers, and like Ed said, you see from the government this rhetoric of good migrant, bad migrant, or useful migrant in some ways, and from places like South Asia perhaps, like you have an increased number of workers coming in to fit certain roles, because also when you look at things like aging populations, who needs to do what kind of work, etc., countries also do look at migration quotas accordingly. I'm not an expert, so I don't know if Germany is doing that specifically, but I'm trying to move into action or just thinking about the different fields in which all of you work and tackle these issues. So, Aju, you're an organizer and also an educator, but you're not working with an AFAO or an NGO per se. Fatima, you founded an AFAO. Ed, you're with Migrationsrat, and Kabet, you're working in and out of these, but also you worked with the Tubman Network, if I can say that, at this heightened moment of crisis during 2022 with the Ukraine war. I'm trying to make this into a question, which is, at a time when funding is being cut from NGOs, how do we think of formal versus informal organizing being more solidarity-based networks, street organizing? I mean, we've talked about protests and, like what we think they do or do not achieve. What is the vision for a crisis, essentially? Because if the crisis is not at a specific moment, but is seen as something that is ongoing, how do we think about organizing that is not linked to a government that is not interested in helping us deal with that crisis? So I'm just going to continue to give you all very broad questions because I don't have to answer them.
Yeah, maybe I talk from an emergency response perspective. And, but before I move there, I think one thing Fatuma said, which is very, very important for self-organization, is also the self-awareness. Not to think that when we say power to the people and the people own the power, I sometimes have the feeling that individuals don't understand what that means, because the way we are experiencing democracy is in a way that we think if you cast a vote, you wait, and then you see what happens. And whatever happens, you take it and wait for the next vote. And that's how our participation in democracy looks like right now. But when crises occur, they prove to us that people, individuals, are more powerful than institutions. Because then the collective energy, the collective force, pushes things before even institutions can react. People take over. When institutions are coming in, they only come in now to place their structures on structures which were created by the people. So with that, I'm very much aware, and also the opinion that most of what we do depends on us and not the government. And for migrant organizing communities, we always start without any funding, so there are no structures. It's people who put their time, their capacities, their expertise, their resources, and with that, at a certain point, people has started getting fundings, but it takes these people, it takes this community, it takes people like Fatuma to go out, reach out to people, empower people, and then with those people, make their demands. And I think this is how, if we want to target IFD, we have to start with our own selves, the individuals, because each of us has a power which contributes to the collective. So our passiveness is also that power. So while we are passive, there is nothing happening. Of course, things happen on different levels. I'm happy we are here also in different capacities. This is a reflection of our societies and our communities. So if anything, of course, crises are there. These crises we have had, these crises are also cultural heritage of how we participate in society. The way the government treats us when we make demands, that's the way we also treat each other sometimes. So I see this as a reflection of the individuals, but also the institutions. And for me, as a political human, migrant, and someone who is not only active here, because while I'm being active here, I have to be active also where I come from. Whatever is happening here affects people there and affects my people directly. I'm pretty much aware that I cannot afford to be silent. I cannot afford to be inactive. So it is a privilege when community members are not active. It is a privilege, it's a choice we make that we let politicians do things and watch how things roll like we have no power. So if any reaction should be coming in an emergency, it has always come from the people and from grassroots. And I wish that when emergencies are over, that we still keep that momentum, because emergencies prove to us that we have the power.
I can maybe narrate a story of like some partially successful activism that happened a couple of years ago. So what happened in February and March of 2020? So everyone's familiar with this delivery company called Volt, right? Everyone knows Volt. So what Volt did at the beginning of 2022 was that it decided they're not going to employ delivery workers directly anymore. They're only going to I can't use the word employ there, but they're only going to engage with delivery workers through networks of subcontractors, right? So there's going to be like fleet companies, there's going to be like shady fly-by-night corporations that come up and organize 10, 15, 20 delivery workers together, and they provided their services to Volt. So you understand it's like a layered relationship between Volt, there's a subcontracting company in the middle, and then there are hundreds of delivery workers under these subcontracting companies. So what happened towards the end of 2022 was that, people kind of in the delivery worker organizing scene in Berlin. No worries. So they came to know of a particular case where 120 Indian and Pakistani, mostly Indian and Pakistani delivery workers hadn't been paid their wages for 3 months, and the subcontractor that they'd been working with had suddenly disappeared. So he just said, Volt hasn't paid me, so I'm not going to pay you, and then he disappeared. So there's no news from him. 3 months of wages have just gone up in smoke. And so what then transpired is a beautiful moment of self-organization where the people who were all, so this is another thing which I thought also had a small lesson in it for us, which is the subcontractor had created this WhatsApp group to organize, to manage the workforce. And so they kind of used that WhatsApp group and commandeered it to sort of organize themselves, right? So they extracted the numbers from there, started calling everybody and saying, look, man, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to get our money back? Let's do something. And then, by Feb 2023, there's this demo action which finally culminates in, people meeting, activist lawyers. Activist lawyers take up their cause, take it to the, to the labor court. Ultimately, it was not a successful case, but still, the point being that this is something that happened ground up, without any funding, with people desperate, needing, because these are students in private universities where the fees, you have to pay almost 600 euros a month. And the wages that they're earning is, because the student visa sets a limit on the number of hours you're allowed to work, they're not going to earn more than 1,200 euros a month. So all this to say that it's impossible to remain in Berlin without your monthly wages. And so they had to take action, and they took desperate action and organized themselves. And they protested before Volt's headquarters, and then three of them went to the labor court as well. And the story appeared, at least now, the question of subcontracting practices in the delivery sector is actually on the political agenda. Some people know about it, some people are starting to discuss it. Whether there should be a subcontracting verbot in delivery work is now actually a discussion, whereas previously it was not. So this is something that happened almost completely ground up. The support from the outside only happened after they had, kind of like organized themselves through these groups and protested outside the subcontractor's office, protested outside Volt, went to the labor court, etc. It's at that point that they received, media attention, support from outside, etc. So so just to illustrate the point of, how ground up self-organizing receives support from outside, and then it becomes a political issue as well.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this paid versus non-paid work organizing and activism a lot, actually ever since I work in paid activism. I guess definitely. I consider myself very lucky and privileged to get paid for the work I would otherwise have to not get paid for and do other stuff. So, of course, it makes life easier. This is something I can say. It makes my personal life easier. Not anyone else's, necessarily, but mine. With that... Yeah, well, at the same time, this also, of course, means that we rely in our work on a movement that is not paid for the work. Because if there's no movement, our work is essentially quite pointless. And we are always going to be a minority, those paid activist workers. So yeah, this brings up a lot of follow-up questions, like how can we use these resources that we get to have an easier life as people who get paid for the activism? How can we also use it that it doesn't only benefit us, but that it actually is I hate the word now in this context, but that it is an investment in the community and not just in my personal life. And this gets harder and harder with time and with this is a phenomenon that probably a lot of people know who have been active in NGO work. The funders try to compromise you in a lot of ways. You have to hold up against it, sometimes more, sometimes less transparent maybe also. And you have to kind of maintain your independence, and you have to always question who gets the money, what do you do with it, where is it worth spend it, and also to prepare for a time when there is no funding. And I think this is something that a lot of NGOs, and especially my observation from the last, let me say, 8 years in Berlin, is that this has been completely, how do you say vernachlässigt in English? Ignored, neglected, yes. It has been very much neglected to prepare for those times. We were lucky with a red-green government who have invested more and more funding in our organizations, and we got used to it. We got so used to it that we hear people say things like, oh yes, if I wouldn't get paid for this activism, I couldn't do activism at all. And I'm like, wait, we are here today because people fought for decades for us to get here without any cent for it. So no one can possibly say that it's impossible to do activism without being paid. It comes with a necessity. I mean, people do it all over the world. Most activists globally don't get a cent for any activism they do, and they do activism. So don't fall into the trap that it's impossible to do something for society and for, to quote you, for the world you want to live in without money. It is possible. It's just very exhausting, and it is legitimate to say, I'm not doing it. And in full transparency, we get paid to sit here to talk to you. So what does that mean? Maybe we would sit here without money as well, maybe not. I like to spend my Saturday afternoons also somewhere else, or, you know, like, of course, because I'm also a person. I like my comfortable life, and I want to maintain it. And at the same time, I want to change the world. And sometimes this is also a contradiction. And I know that I'm not the only person who has this contradiction. And at the same time, it's a very privileged contradiction to live in, to be like, oh, do I want to change the world? Or do I want to spend a night out or at home on my couch? So anyways, now where does this lead us? I think it leads us definitely at a place where we need to prepare and organize for times when there's no money at all to do the organizing that we do. We need to prepare for other ways and also to distribute and care for each other. Maybe not everyone can be an activist. Maybe some people have the task to get the money and secure the housing so that other people can be in that housing and do the activism. Not everyone can do the same thing. This is also something even for maintaining our NGOs at the moment, we have people who work in the administration. They do the paperwork, they do the boring stuff that is extremely complicated and extremely important, and they don't get credited for being the big activists, and they don't hold a speech on our demonstration, and yet if they didn't do the paperwork, none of us would receive any dime by the end of the month. So, long story short, I'm answering a broad question with a broad response. I have a question for the audience, if I may. Okay, so now you see I do workshops. I like to be in contact with the audience. We can't see you because the lights are extremely bright, but we might be able to see the shadows of your hand. So I have a question. Who of you knows what the Bezahlkarte is? Hands up. Oh, that's less than I even expected. Okay, that makes it more complicated. I'm sorry, do you want to continue? Well, the next question would have been...
We are the same, so
yeah.
Go ahead, we're one voice.
Well, the next question would have been, who knows what the voucher system is? Well, that is even less. That brings up questions, of course. Spoiler, you are not alone with this. Now, here's why I'm asking this. The Bezahlkarte, essentially for those of you maybe who are also not living for that long in Germany, the Bezahlkarte is an instrument, a payment card with which the German government wants to control how refugees spend their money. So there's no real money anymore, no cash money, no bank account anymore, that's the plan, but people get a plastic card and they get Guthaben, they get money on the card, and they can spend it on all the shops that accept the card. The essential idea behind it is they want to stop refugees from sending money to their home countries and families and friends. Because Germany is like, we pay you and not your family, so don't spend the money on your family. Please only spend it in the German economy, which also means no cash payments. Like any one of you who goes to a hairdresser probably knows, you pay the hairdresser in cash. If your hairdresser doesn't accept the Bezahlkarte because it requires special technical equipment, you can't get your haircut at your favorite hairdresser. But here's the thing, the Bezahlkarte is not new. The idea has been implemented in Germany 10 years ago and fought against with the voucher system. Similar idea, only not with a plastic card, but with little paper vouchers, where refugees got little paper vouchers in their lagers to pay with for food and daily goods. For us as NGOs, now I'm making the connection, because for us as NGOs, the reality that so many people, even today, who protested against the Bezahlkarte, don't know about the voucher system, brings up like a big question, where did we go wrong that people forgot? Because, of course, not everyone can know. It's not your individual responsibility to make sure that you know everything that is going on in the place where you live. But it does bring up the question, how did we as NGOs fail to pass on that knowledge and to pass on the patterns? Because it's important that we learn to recognize political patterns. One thing leads to another. We don't know that the AfD is going to have 30% at the day where it has 30%. We could have known that 10 years ago, that this will happen. And this is like something I consider like a huge challenge. And if anyone has ideas, go ahead, share them, or I don't know, talk about it in the aftermath of this event or something. But yes, we need to be able to recognize the patterns and remember how people fought against it so that we can be faster in reacting in the future.
I think a lot of things have been said, but I want to go a little bit more practical. The kind of work we do, we have been, not only us, but I want to talk in the name of self-organized migrant organizations who are doing great work and not visible often. And like you said, we don't have also structural support. Like all this, I call it bureaucracy, this bureaucracy. And you don't speak the language, all these papers flying all over. In the beginning, I used to think, when all these papers arrived, I used to throw them away. I didn't know. What is these papers? Until you get the heavy money, and you say, oh, and then your husband tells you, Schatzi, warum hast du weggeschmissen? Alles gut bei dir? I'm like, but what is this? It's mul. I don't know, what is it? You don't know the language. I mean, they don't send you in English. It's another colonial language. I wish they could have sent in my mother language, decolonization, talking about that concept. But anyway, coming back to the point, it's really not easy for when there's a crisis or there's challenges. People always act often on the moment of the emotion. So talking about sustainability in the long term, if you have money, donate to us and every organization doing a good job. Number one. Number two, for us, for example, in the countryside, we struggle a lot to bring people there, to have contact with these people, because the people that are neighbors with them don't want no contact with them, and they are lost. And a woman speaks Farsi, another woman speaks Chechenian, another woman speaks Tigrinya, another woman speaks Swahili, another woman speaks Somali, another woman speaks Arabic. They don't have no contacts. And when we talk about women empowerment, sisterhood, solidarity, feminism, in my perspective, we are all feminists. We are only two intelligent animals, men and women. So I don't believe in just segregating men out. We are all together in this, whether we like it or not. We have to do something together. So what I urge you is, if you have the capacity, like he said, we are all activists. I disagree. We are all activists in a way. We are all activists. And activism is always depends on how you define. Please,
Not only on us, but for us, what we are desperate for. These women don't need no money, no materials. Just they need a human being to contact them and have few hours to learn what is social activity. Have a walk alone with another woman, go and speak few German words. Like I used to say when I was new in Germany, ich heiße. I used to think ich scheiße because I used to hear scheiße often. Ich scheiße verdumo. Du scheiße? Yeah, ich scheiße. And I was so proud. You need to learn. Like, if someone would have told me there's another alternative called Ich bin, weißt du? Could have been easier. Yeah. So, it's important, please, if you have some time to us, just donate 3-4 hours in a month, if you can. It's important to party and have fun. Life is full of shits and problems, but do what you can in your capacity. Just 3 hours, 4 hours to sit down with a woman and just have contact, human contact, and say, hey, hi Frederica, I'm Fadumo, nice to meet you. Können wir ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen? Ich heiße Frederica. Und du? This person will remember this word. Frederica taught me this sentence. And then this human being will feel valued, this woman who has been forgotten in the middle of children's work and paid care work that should have been paid, forgotten, inequality, parental support that they experience, the patriarchy. These women are looking for freedom, but there are good things in their societies, in our societies, but a lot of them are excluded. So just talking from a practical perspective, please, if you can afford, just donate, not only to us, but anywhere that is doing something good. Homeless shelters that are cooking on a daily basis to provide warm food in this cold winter when we are going in a warm apartment. There's little things we can do in our lives. So especially talking about the newcomers, I don't like to use the word refugees. Right now, there's the discussion about the Bezahlkarte. They don't put their energy on the big thieves, capitalist companies who are stealing a lot of money. They're talking about few millions that are spent on vulnerable people. They exploited, took things from them and brought them here. And now the question is, how can we together think to build this Bezahlkarte when it's out? Because they're advocating. I hope they are at the court now between two companies who is advocating, I am the winner, the other one says I'm the winner. I don't get it. Please, if this Bezahlkarte comes out, there are self-organized organizations and groups that you can approach and say, hey, I want to give cash and get some food, because these people have so many other things to pay, not only send money. A woman last week was complaining she got 1,300 euro for Heisung. She didn't even use. She don't know how to fight for this. Where does she get the money? They are cutting out the Heisung if she doesn't provide. This is a mother of 4 kids. She has no man to support. So think about the basic human life needs. So people are treated, and when you have a problem, no one looks at you. You're sitting on the street, it's very early in the morning, shaking. Everyone is busy looking for capitalists and money and on my bag and watching, behind. We don't ask ourselves, did they eat? Did they drink? Did they do this? We really need to question ourselves. I'm not saying give every little cent you got, but look around you. Look at the elderly people on the street, not only migrant. There's so many ways we can do little contributions. Go to the refugee camps. Just say hi to the people when they sit next to, it's crazy. It's crazy what's happening right now. And this is not the world we want to live in. I am sure this is not the kind of a world we want to be part of. We need to be an equal world. An equal world bedeutet that we think about each other. When I was new here, I used to ask who beats every day these people in the U-Bahn. Because you say hello, you sit next to somebody, the person grabs their bag and goes away. I'm like, I kept asking hello, hello, no answer. I said next time, I was with a friend, I said, who beats these people every day? When I say hello, nobody answer. What is the problem? And she said, they understand English, don't say that. I said, who the heck beats them up? Hello, good morning, even is a problem. That's how far we have gone. Human contact is dead. Hello, get used to saying hello, whoever you meet, whether you like them or not.
I would like to go back to the point we should all be activists. Because I strongly believe that activism has been left to a certain kind of people, and this is not doing good to our communities. Because I believe every human being who is empowered has a voice and feels like they have a voice to participate in the community. It's has a huge value to the community, and each of us has something to contribute. I fantasize sometimes when I'm alone about societies where humans feel like humans, which means some of the things that have already been mentioned. I feel like I'm not a superhuman, I'm not a superhero because I'm an activist. And what makes an activist is just the super awareness and consciousness of what is going on and taking up responsibility to act upon. And I think this lifestyle is not something which is special. It's something I don't like seeing myself as an activist today as someone who is special, because I wish we could all be activists. And it doesn't matter which area of activism we go into, but what I'm saying is the consciousness of the awareness of things, taking up responsibility, acting upon is what we need in the society today, because I have the feeling in the global north, in the global south, people have resignated even on humanity. People do not reflect on their own humanity and how governments have mistreated, not recognized their own humanity as people, as individuals, as communities. We see a lot of repression. So for me, it's not just about migration issues. I think it's a really humanitarian crisis we're having, that as we advance in technology, humans just lose themselves. We are happy if we get food, we can pay our bills, but when we are numb to everything else. So I really wish that in our society, we get to a point where going to school is not about learning a trade to become something, but first recognizing what is my humanity and what is my neighbor's humanity, what is my responsibility, not just as a worker, but as a human to this world, to this planet. What are the connections to issues going on here? What are the effects somewhere else? Who else is profiting from that? And it's not it can't be the responsibility of activists and NGOs to do that, because we know there are very less of them. So it takes the whole community, that each human being that is being created on this planet has an awareness, self-awareness, and not just a consumerist awareness. You're a product, you come, you grow, you go to school, you consume, you make a career, and so on. That we should be more conscious of what kind of societies we want to live in, what kind of heritage do we have, and how do we want to deconstruct this heritage, because we cannot just be acting upon crises. I have the feeling our whole life is a crisis on its own. So how are we going to solve this problem? I think it's a problem which has to do with education and how people feel and how people perceive themselves. Someone who perceives an activist does not care about the government. Because if I have to face the government, I have to face the government. I know there are consequences for that, and however these consequences look like, it's a choice. And I wish that does not only happen with activists, but every member of the community.
I think we can clap. I only said that because I saw you almost clap, but then you stopped. I have so many questions. Like, I made a whole list for each one of you, but I don't think we have the time anymore. We have to, I think, move on. I wanted to just thank you for spending the last hour with us, for also having conversations with me through the week, for being present on your Saturday evenings when maybe you'd want to be on the couch. And I think that it's really important to sort of like have talked about the big news and what its implications are. Not maybe for some of us, but for a lot of us. And I just wanted to say thank you again for, I'm losing the details of my words, but thank you for the details. Thank you for the wisdom, for your experience, for your insight. Thank you for also giving us movements to rehearse, which is what we are trying to do all together here as well. One last thing is that I think there were maybe questions from the crowd, but we can't take them here. Wait, we can?
No partying, we stay together. I see the DJ here, we party together. How is that? I'm joking. Go to the couch or go to wherever you want to go. I'm joking. But we can interact.
If anyone has one question, only one question, yes. We don't have questions.
Well, then let's see who has questions. Maybe we can manage that. Okay, 2. 2 people have questions. 3?
Oh, wow.
Okay, then let's use the time. Let's make a decision.
I think, why don't we just have all the questions and then you can answer what you like. And we can go through that. But like very, very quickly, if people could come to the front for the mic. Like anyone who has a question.
Let us not be on the rush always. There's enough time always. Let us give the people time not to rush them unless there's another event coming up. Let us stay chill. And there's always time. This European time framing, I don't like it.
So,
did you have a question? Did you have a question?
One short question. So I was at an event in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. It was about racism. It was really intense. And the question is, so that there were white people trying to improve themselves and where they were living, and they were really not far in the topic. So yeah, I was there with other people as well and other people of color, and it was really complicated to work together, just in sense of language already. They were using language that was not as far as it is in our community, and already this term of language was so complicated. And I keep on thinking how there were those 2 old ladies, and there was this video, and the video also had racist terms in them. And then when this was explained to them, they were just like so happy they saw this video. They was like, "This is great. We should show this everywhere." And then somebody else was like, "Well, it's kind of also a problem because it's not that far." And then they got so frustrated again. And I'm like, we need allies. Like, we need allies, but I also understand, also by myself, that I do not have the patience, or like as a person who has to deal with, like you guys. Anyways, so how can we have allies that are not as far in terms of language and in the system, or just didn't have the education? And can we find somebody else to have the patience to help them to get there, instead of just having people from the communities having to explain to people and then having to deal with certain kinds of discrimination while trying to get allies? I don't know, you found a question in there. Thank you.
Was there another one somewhere? We are collecting. Okay. Good.
Okay, speak now or no more questions?
Don't be shy, we don't bite.
Once we spoke about time pressure, people were like, I don't want to be the one to talk. We should have enough time. We always have time, We always have time. We can organize here sleeping bags and sleep together here. Yeah, sorry, besides jokes, please be free. Besides, I have a little fake comedy in me about.
Yeah, I think I will try to touch on the question that was asked, if we can have people facilitate certain conversations with people who are not very versed with the topic. For me, I have been contemplating on this also a lot, on different levels of conflict resolution. So I try to see it on that level. There is a problem, we need a solution. And of course, when there are different parties who do not know where to get support, they will try to help each other, which I think it's a very good thing, but it comes often at the expense of certain people. But for example, Ed is doing a work as a facilitator. There are a lot of anti-racist trainers. If you go online, you will find them and help them do that work. Like if you identify people who are trying to do the work, but they are not yet there, and it's really aching to watch this happen and be the person to intervene. I would always advise reach out to experts who can help them go through this process, because they also, I love when I'm in anti-racism trainings and I know what will come, because they have been hearing this, they're not doing that for the first time. And I also think being open to change, like if you're committed to change, it means you have to look at your own levels of growth in change. I was some years ago on the level where I was like, I don't want to be the one to talk to people about certain things, but also not staying at that level, trying to understand that if I am an activist, it means I have to build certain muscles also. I choose to or I choose not to, and then also educate myself on if I am being irritated by this and that, what does that mean to me personally? Because for me, I also see that it has something to do with me personally, and I try to take my work not as a work that I do for society, but it's also a reflection of me and where I am, what I can take and what I cannot take. And for me, it's also very interesting to see that apart from being on this level from the perspective of the person who is irritated, it's not a level which you should stay on forever. Experiment with that, find ways to deal with that, which does not necessarily mean that you have to be the one to confront, but what is it triggering in you? And why is it triggering that? And how can you move beyond that for your own personal growth, while looking for, like creating that capacity for others to grow, that grace for others to grow without putting yourself at the shooting point, but also moving on as someone who is experiencing that you can be in certain spaces and maybe not experience that or make other experiences for yourself, yeah.
If you don't mind, I would also add to the question. So the thing is, and it's totally not a complete answer, right? But I've also worked in several projects that relied a lot on the support of volunteers and on the, like specifically the support of white volunteers or other like privileged volunteers that were not affected and had a supporting role for the people who were affected by the crisis. And two things I took away from working with privileged volunteers is, one, guilt is a very difficult motivator to work with because it leads people to burn themselves out. So people who work or support from a position, from like a feeling of guilt, they invest a lot of work very quickly, very intense, and then they drop out because they fall back. They're like, okay, I've done enough now, I should not feel guilty anymore, and they move out. Or, this is not rewarding enough, it doesn't relieve me of the sense of guilt that I'm feeling, so I'm moving back. And they burn themselves out. When we know, or at least when we recognize this, and we recognize, okay, the people, they are doing this from a place of guilt, it is very important to navigate that and to also support people to manage that. And to be like, no, we don't want you to work double shifts. Go home, you are also a person. Please go home, sleep, and then come back, because we need you for the long run. And whatever your issues are right now, please work on that somewhere else, reflect on it, use this and that. And this is something you have to be willing to do, right? This is why, I was kind of doing volunteer management, and it was management, and it was also sometimes counseling, and it was also sometimes emotional support. And we did this in a team, because this is something you can't do alone either, But it is important to find people, like Kavit also said, who are willing to do this and who consider themselves capable of doing it. Because of course, everyone has the right to say, I don't want to deal with this, I can't deal with this, I can't listen to people complain all the time about problems that don't affect them, then don't do it. But there is not always the time to book a workshop. If you have the time, please use it before the crisis is there. If you have a group and you think you want to work in this field or that field, and you have different people, some of them are affected, some not, do the groundwork as early as possible. But when there's the crisis, we also have to be able to work with that. And I think for that, it's very helpful to have people who are willing to put up with it, and then to also think about, what do I need to be able to put up with this as well? Because you can also be annoyed by them. It's perfectly fine, but then think about how to use it, because we need people in the long run, and we want, even our supporters, we want them to understand the problem. I don't want to work with people where I think I'm better than you because you are privileged, you are a bad person, and I'm using you for what. Nobody wants this, right? We don't want this. You don't want this. Nobody wants this. So also for us to prevent ourselves from falling into this dynamic where we just pissed at each other all the time, right? Make sure you can manage that somehow, and maybe also ask people to leave the project for now, when you realize they are coming from a very bad place. Not everyone has to be included in a project if they don't really have the motivation that is helpful for the project.
I think thank you for opening us up to questions. Thank you for the question. Thank you for coming back, to bring us to the second point of closing. And I think that we now hand over to Lily, I think we take a small break just to set up for the next act. If you have any mic's gone. If you have any follow-up questions for any of the speakers, I think they're still around for a little while, hopefully. But yeah, thank you also for staying with us, and please stay on.
a pleasure and an honor to work with the incredible Savvy team, as always, and also to have everyone alongside us for our classic marathons. We are about an hour and a half late, so I will try to keep it short and primarily begin with giving thanks to Amanda Pina, who is a Chilean, Lebanese, Mexican choreographer, dancer, who is very much with us in spirit tonight. Sadly, she was ill and could not make it this evening, and there was a miraculous connection where just yesterday she had mentioned a couple dancers that we could consider to potentially take her place, and Sharon was one that was mentioned, and one that the curatorial team was very excited to try to have on board with us. And after a few spontaneous phone calls and a blessing of surprise, Sharon said, yes, absolutely, I can do it tomorrow. And so she is with us here tonight, and on a day that has been honoring solidarity movements and processes in our societies that deal with choreographies of resistance in response to choreographies of coercion and violence. I feel it's also important to honor the day that is today in Mexico and many other parts of the world, which is Dia de los Muertos. And it is a day that many say is a time in which the veil is thin between the spirit world and the world of the human. Maybe that's a sign, likewise. And the work of Sharon also is very close to this. Sharon works very near to her ancestors and her Andean roots across generations of different struggles, with many collaborators alongside Eli Wentwekshu, who's here with us tonight. We were in collaboration some years back for another project. So we're very lucky to have her here with us tonight, also with Inti, her partner, who will be on the DJ decks alongside us. So we'll do an introduction and then we'll jump in. The title of this piece, a performance and lecture, is Archivo, Tecnocumbia, and Nostalgic Flow. Tecnocumbia is a dance practice and archive inspired by the 90s dance contest Sábados Populares, with a rhythm of techno and cumbia. This practice combines movements of the high energy and Euro classics of the 80s that migrated to South America with movements of Andean cumbia. The archive of this contest is retaken by the practice from the learning of its space, movements, music, and context to be shared in the format of a dance class, learning synchronized group choreographies. The development of a website has become a valuable resource for the dance community. Launched in February 2024, the archive has grown into a research hub, offering a space that integrates body practices, music listening, and analysis, as well as audiovisual materials. To enrich this project, Sharon Mercado Nogales conducted interviews with former competition dancers and individuals who've studied this period in the history of La Paz and El Alto. Available online at www.tecnocumbia.info, the archive embraces a nonlinear narrative, making room for memories, experiences, historical context, playlists, videos, and photography. The lecture will be presented alongside the dance performance, Nostalgic Flow, an interpretation of Tecnocumbia that captures a sense of romantic nostalgia. This performance brings to life the emotional depth and cultural significance of Tecnocumbia, driven by the 2024 sounds of Inti Portugal, aka DJ Padrino from La Perla Andino. Sharon Mercado Nogales is a dancer choreography from the Bolivian Andes based in Berlin. In her work, she incorporates autobiographical material that goes through an exercise of memory by putting the knowledge of her ancestors and her current life experience as conditions to rethink and transform them, with the aim of creating body practices and dance pieces that move bodies and feelings. She's constantly seeking to provoke the current cultural spectrum through body, working with resignification of her materialities. She co-created the collective Moviendo Territorios with Eli Wentwekshu and Cobra Cobra with Kiani Rezvani. There's actually one more thing I'd like to mention before passing the mic to Sharon, which is that if anyone would like to take her class tomorrow at Gallery Vetting, it's at 5 p.m., right? 5 p.m., and you'd be plentifully welcome. It's actually around the corner from Savvy. And now I'll pass the mic to Sharon. Okay, perfect. No mic, actually.
líder, sonido líder, pegaditas.
Patada caporal. Igual, pues igual, en una, dos, tres. Eso. Dos, tres. Eso. amor, amor, ¿y para qué? Tanto amar, amar, ¿y para qué? Si una sola vida tienes tú, si una sola vez te quise yo. Tanto amor, amor, ¿y para qué? Tanto amar, amar, ¿y para qué? Si una sola vida tienes tú, si una sola vez te quise yo. Y cómo baila mi linda gente de Sorata.
Me llamas en las noches, creo que no eres feliz, pero delante de todos, ay, te toca fingir. Admite tú que duermes en su cama pensando en mí, que miras mis historias de otro perfil. Asume que tú siempre, ay, me amarás a mí. Y las manos arriba haciendo palmas, en la pierna, la bayonela, ese lindo teclado. Tú dices que te vas, que esto se acabó, pero siempre regresas cuando no hay amor. Todo se esfuma con cada copa más, y en la madrugada vuelves a llamar. Tus ojos se nublan llenos de licor, me dices mil cosas, sé que es por alcohol. Es un ciclo sin fin que yo ya no quiero más, y amanezco una noche más.
Un dolor en mi corazón, es un dolor que me está matando, es un dolor que me causó esa mujer que yo estoy amando. Enamorado de ella estoy, me tiene loco con sus encantos. Dolorido del corazón. Y este dolor, lo tengo por ella. Y este dolor, es de tanto amar. Y este dolor, ay, me matará. Y este dolor, solo ella lo curará. Dolor en mi corazón, es un dolor que me está matando, es un dolor que me causó esa mujer que yo estoy amando. Enamorado de ella estoy, me tiene loco con sus encantos. Dolorido del corazón. Ay, este dolor, lo tengo por ella. Ay, este dolor, es de tanto amar. Ay, este dolor, ay, me matará. Ay, este dolor, lo tengo por ella. Ay, este dolor, es de tanto amar. Ay, este dolor,
y olvídate de ese hombre fiel que te hizo sufrir. soy igual a todos los llamases. Quiero hacerte mía, ser tu amor. Y déjame enseñarte cuánto yo te quiero. Voy a demostrarte con mi amor que yo no soy igual a todos los llamases. Quiero hacerte mía, ser tu amor. Deja de llorar.
Hello, 1, 2. Well, thank you so much. It's working now. Well, anyways, thank you so much for being here and waiting all the technical issues or everything, but it's very lovely that you all are here. It's not working, no? Okay. Hello? Ah, okay. Then can someone help me to bring, or like how do we do this? Okay. Hello. So what you just saw, it was first. Hello. What you just saw, it was a video that I did in 2023 when I had a long trip back home to Bolivia, and there I was filming with my cell phone just everything that has to do with celebration and cumbia music in that the whole year. So it was from January to December, going to different places, not only in South America. It was like in Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile, but well, mainly Walmapu only. And then, but also in places like Italy, here in Berlin, where there are many Andean communities that are lately bringing a lot of cumbia bands from South America and supporting a lot this industry that is growing and growing. It was already super big, but now it's becoming much bigger and expanding itself to other places that before it was not allowed, probably. So the video is very long. You can see it in the website, which is again called archivotecnocumbia.info. And after that, we were trying to improvise a sort of performance made with the archive of movements, but also of sounds that I'm busy with right now. I hope you enjoy. So first, if maybe you are asking, like, what is Tecnocumbia, actually? Well, Tecnocumbia is it's a dance practice, I will call it, that is mixing the rhythm of techno and cumbia. And it's inspired in our archive that is coming from a dance contest happening in the 90s in Bolivia, which was Sábados Populares. In this contest, which is, I'm gonna show you somewhere. So in this contest, there were a lot of gangs, school groups, but also people from military service that they were preparing their choreographies of 2 minutes each, training a lot and looking to win this prize. I think probably many of you saw this kind of dance contest on TV. Maybe in your own country there is a version of that with another rhythm, I don't know. But what was very important and impressive in the 90s in Bolivia is that it was massive. It was not only a few, I don't know, like a little audience. It was really massive, like feeling like a big kind of open air theaters that exist in La Paz, or like Olympic pools and all of this. So it was very impressive how they were taking the whole city for 10 years. So it was a big moment, I would say, and a very point of history in dance of Bolivia, that they were preparing and training and understanding cumbia in another sense, in another way that is pretty much near to what we understand in Bolivia as dance. I don't know if you ever went to Bolivia or La Paz or the Andes in itself, but there is a lot of dance happening every day. It's a country that dances and dance for either devotion, but also for festivities, and the folklore, it's very big. There are around, maybe I'm wrong, but I saw somewhere it's around 300 and more dances in the country that are currently practiced. And what was very interesting is that this contest was really changing the way of seeing cumbia as a partner situation. So they were taking synchronicity and also collectivity as two important sources of like, okay, we are gathering, we are a group, we have a name, we have these clothes, and yeah, we will train every day. So I will show you a bit of what is the inspiration of this whole situation I'm bringing today.
This is a test of the emergency broadcast system.
Aurora. Red.
As you saw, probably you're asking, but that is not cumbia. Yes, the contest was divided in two groups, the rhythm of techno and the rhythm of cumbia. So it was very interesting how cumbia was inside of this kind of genre or style. So many of the dancers that were dancing techno, they started to apply these movements of high energy or Italo disco or house to cumbia. So this is what we have in the rhythm of cumbia.
Primer grupo, Trapo. Cansados del aburrimiento.
No tiene talento, pero es muy buena moza, tiene buen cuerpo y es otra cosa.
So it was very impressive how collectivity became very important for these groups. Today, Inti was telling me, okay, this is our practices of relation. It's very important to say that all these groups were really having a sort of family feeling towards them. Because they were not only just dancing, they were not only dancing for, I don't know, having a name and everything. Probably yes, at some point, but also they were really gathering a community, and there are many groups that today they are still dancing. It's a live archive. There are people that are still rehearsing and live in this 90s era as if it's today. These videos you just saw, it was in 94, 90 until 97 probably. The contest started in 93, I think, when they started to just visualize what was happening actually in the discotecas, in the clubs, in the party night of the cities of La Paz and El Alto. So there were a lot of discos where many of these people were attending and having dance battles. These dance battles were only in the frame of techno, and they were either participating alone or in groups. And it was just very famous on the radio. So the DJs were somehow putting this in a visible content, which was the radio. And later, it became so famous in some discotecas of the neighborhoods of El Alto, but also in La Paz, in Max Paredes, in La Placeguino, and then in Ciudad Satélite, that they were, it became a big scene. Later on, this channel, RTP, in La Paz, they decided to do a contest. They are called Sábados Populares, and they will have like some jury and invite all the audience, all the people, popular people of Bolivia. Because as many, probably some of you know, cumbia was belonging only to the peripheric society of what is Bolivia, which is very important to a point that the peripheric area of Bolivia is very big. Actually, the white society in Bolivia is very minor. In that context, it was very minor. So this channel, RTP, was really for mainly Aymara and Quechua communities that they were having a source of information, a source of place where to see another type of content than just the mainstream television. And there was Sábados Populares where they were doing this contest, and in 96 they decided to do an cumbia rhythm. I would like to show you how it looks today. And so this was the wedding of Cristian y Soledad. But also I would like to show you how also looks in the techno style today.
Drum race, smash, take the count.
Te quiero mucho.
So it's very important to also mention that all these groups are alive because they are still feeling this sort of family sentiment that I was just saying. And many of them are still dancing for events that they organize, like weddings, baptize, or just gathering money to help someone who needs medical help or something. So in this video that I just showed, he's my cousin who was an ex-dancer of the techno rhythm in the 90s. He was very little, like probably 16 years old or 15 when he started to dance. And it was very lovely to just share this moment with him also, like he teaching me or telling me what was his insights on how it happened and everything, which is here in a little interview. But also, I got connected with other groups, like Grupo Sombras, who is an established group of cumbia that they are still dancing and also holding events. And the Grupo Escocia Mania, who are dancers in techno, and they now are not only dancing techno, but they are now dancing a folkloric dance called Morenada, where they are part of a big group, and they have their own blog, and they dance every year for devotion. And so it's very special how they are still working and transforming what is dance nowadays in Bolivia. What is this paradigm of dance? Because they are applying these techno steps to Morenada nowadays. So coming back to my, my personal approach to this archive, I was very impressed since I was a little, probably many Bolivian kids from the 90s, we were growing, watching these TV contests and not understanding, but probably really feeling like, okay, this is something special and something that it became some memory that, that opens many other levels of, in terms of music, in terms of visuals, in terms of aesthetics. And what was happening with in these 10 years of Tecnocumbia in La Paz and El Alto, it was, I will say, like it was before and after for urban dance, and before and after for many other influences like music, like what is club night, what is DJs, what it means, the dance floor, actually. And nowadays, probably the next generation after me, they didn't know what is this content. This is already too far, and but they have another kind of, it became another influence. Nowadays, there is a lot of K-pop, for example, in the streets, and this is what they're dancing. And K-pop is not only becoming very close to what is K-pop, but also something is happening. There are many other intersections that emerge, and it's very interesting how this can influence what it means dance for a country that dances every day. I want to show you now a video of actually Escocia Mania, who are, I cannot, who also, they gave me an interview for this archive. Can you put the...
Y las manitas, dale volumen, full volumen. Y el grito de las chicas. Escocia Mania en el escenario. Sí, 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 sí. ¿Eso es abrazo? Rompiendo escenario. ¡Silencio! ¡Esta es la autoridad del dance! ¡Acá! ¡Mandamos nosotros! ¡Con las manos! ¡Con los pies! ¡Hasta el
Mira cómo baila. Sí, 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 sí.
So this was happening this year, 24, when we inaugurated the Archive of Tecnocumbia in La Paz. I decided to launch a party and invite all the people who was part of it. I also danced with my little crew in Bolivia that we prepare a homage to another group. And also there were this group Escocia Mania and the other group which was Magos de la Cumbia. It was very interesting how probably they were dancing in another stages that are no the same generation spaces that society creates, no? So it for me was a very special moment when we can cross generations and I don't know, we can live the 90s together in a way. Just to coming back to the archive, I would like to just show a little things that are inside, and probably with that I'm gonna finish. So there are a lot of playlists, mixtapes, and videos that I thought that probably are the influence for these dancers to create all of these movements and all of these ways and strategies to choreograph big, large groups. But also there is music. I have a playlist, for example, that is going from techno merengue, going to lambada, then techno cumbia, and cumbia villera, and everything that is geographically showing like from like the Andes and around, no? Yeah, so you can go through if you want one day. Then I did one podcast introducing a bit what is the Tecnocumbia Archive, and I'm still editing. It's hard to be a freelancer and do all this stuff, but I'm just trying to edit as much as possible because I have some podcasts that are not edited, so I hope later I can work on that and show it to you. And then the interviews that I just shared, and then a text that for me is very important if you ever can have time to read it. Later, also it's going to be translated soon. In this text that I work with my friend Wilmer Machaca, that he was also ex-dancer from the techno rhythm, but today he's more politically active in La Paz and El Alto. He somehow helped me to understand what was the context of all these phenomena of 10 years in Bolivia, and somehow we are putting a bit like in context like what was happening before, what happened during, and what's happening after, and what were the influences, and how actually techno arrived, or like how it became so big. Then coming back to how it started, as Kelly just mentioned, tomorrow I'm having this workshop of Technocumbia, and well, this practice for me started here in Berlin in 2020 when I decided to just, open this practice that I was somehow just, it was me in the studio learning these choreographies from YouTube, like putting the beamer and trying to understand their all space and movements. And later on, I was holding these classes in the streets, like in Rosenhalleplatz and other places, and it was my crew of friends that were coming, and also random people who were hearing, cumbia, so yeah, let's go. And we are, I will say that we are nowadays a large group in Berlin that it became a crew in a way. Actually, many of them are here, and they. I feel that they were very compromised to the practice, and it helped me so much to open this archive and understand, actually I should teach like this, or we need to understand the body like this, and so it's just in the practice how this archive became alive. And yeah, I'm gonna stop here. There's so much to tell, but you can find probably my email somewhere or my number. So if you ever want to have a coffee or meet or write me an email, I'm open to. Thank you.
Today, and we will welcome in a bit Los Tambores del Diablo and Camilo Angola. So perhaps we will need like 5 minutes or so to set up, but just huge thanks for staying with us until now, and we hope that it was very much worth it for you, as it has been for us. Yes, just 5 minutes and we will continue. Thank you. And we are having music and also a performance lecture by Camilo Angola and Los Tambores del Diablo. And I'm gonna just read a brief introduction of the group and of the lecture performance, which is called The Colonial Imagination as a Means of Historic Certainty, Narratives for Social Justice and Afro-diasporic Resilience in the Musical Traditions of Colombian Maroons. Los Tambores del Diablo is a traditional Colombian music group based in Hamburg, Germany, since 2022, 5 members have carried out a traditional compendium of songs in various rhythms from the musical matrices of the Colombian Caribbean in a simple and compact format. Bullerengue, gaita, tambora, traditional palenquero songs, etc., are at the core of the group's repertoire. Los Tambores del Diablo is intense its musical profile beyond a musical band or an entertainment show, an emissary of Caribbean traditions. The group is conceived as an oral and audible archive offered to retell the stories of composers, musicians, and of other actors of Caribbean traditions. They tell and give the context of the songs and developments of the genres of the traditional Caribbean matrices. They complement this corpus with their experiences and personal discoveries of the places of these music styles, given that the members have a variety of stories and personal backgrounds beyond the geographic regions of the Colombian Caribbean and its traditions. They accumulate a variety of personal accounts that reflect part of the contemporary development of these living musical currents. Los Tambores del Diablo move beyond the conventions of a musical band to be an emissary of Caribbean traditions and knowledge. They are Luis Quintero, Julio César Celis Rodríguez, Diana Milena Moreno Zamboni, Diana Cristina Gil. Camilo Angola is a passionate researcher of the music of his people. Like many migrants, he went through a critical moment when he found himself in a new country and continent, Europe, the territory which sealed the fate of the world through a project of political, economic domination since the 15th century. Traditional music of the black communities throughout the territory of Colombia, as well as throughout Abya Yala, the American continent, became more than a decade ago a possibility of study and passionate involvement of this ethnologist, empirical musician for cultural affirmation and political enunciation of his black and migrant existence. His musical expertise comes directly from the wisdom of the masters in the communities, especially from the Caribbean, from the popular festivals and the growing festivals of the region. His education as an ethnologist took place at the University of Hamburg. On the other hand, Camilo has an unwavering commitment to other political agendas, such as the strengthening of struggles for social justice in Colombia and in other regions of the Global South, the reflection of a conscious community masculinity and siblingshood among peoples. Okay, so with us, Los Tambores del Diablo.
Yes. ¿Yo? Idiotas.
Hey.
Iguana cogió los lentes pa' trepar caricoli. Iguana cogió los lentes pa' trepar caricoli. Cuando venía agua abajo le dijeron que la nariz que tengo grande. La nariz que tengo grande. Ay, 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 la nariz. Iguana que estaba arriba y más purito la insultó. Iguana que estaba arriba y más purito la insultó. Cuando venía agua abajo le dijo y la contentó. ¿Con qué la contentó? Diciéndole así. ¿Con qué la contentó? Diciéndole así. Ay, adiós mamita. Ay, narizona. 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 Adiós mamita. Narizona. Adiós mamita. Narizona. Yes. Esto ya saben. Ojo. Nacho. Oh, bidi bibi. Oi, oi. 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 Oh. Allá viene el diablo, allá viene el diablo, déjalo venir, déjalo venir, que si viene bravo, que si viene bravo, yo lo hago reír, ja, 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 ja. Yo lo hago reír, ja, ja, ja. Oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí. Amigo porque es mi amigo, amigo porque es mi amigo. No me cante bobería, no me cante bobería, porque si me da la gana, porque si me da la gana, al cabo mujeres mías, al cabo mujeres mías, ja, ja. Oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí, oh, piri, pipi, oí, oí. Un diablo se cayó al agua, un gallo se cayó al agua, otro diablo lo apañó, otro diablo lo apañó, y le dice diablo grande, y le dice diablo grande, como diablo se cayó, como diablo se cayó. Oh,
hoppity pipi, oi, oi, 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 hoppity pipi, oi, oi,
Ya puede venir, diablo.
oi, oi,
Ya puede venir.
oi, oi,
Sabemos rezar y empujarte.
oi, oi, hoppity pipi,
No te tenemos miedo.
oi, hoppity pipi,
Ven, diablo.
oi,
Ven, diablo.
hoppity pipi,
Ven para hacerte reír.
oi, hoppity pipi,
Ven para hacerte reír. No te tenemos miedo.
oi, oi,
No tenemos miedo.
oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, 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 oi,
hoppity pipi,
oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi, hoppity pipi, oi, oi.
Thanks for participating in this invocation of the devil. For those who understood, many thanks for being here. Many thanks for sticking around. Now I am in charge of telling you stories about the music we just heard and give you a little bit of context and maybe have a little bit of fun. I'll ask you one or two questions. You are very much welcome to come a little bit closer. You're very much welcome when you feel it. We're going to be playing songs. We're going to be singing those songs. We're going to be clapping to the rhythm of those songs. So this is not a passive act of just watching. You are very much welcome to interact with me and with the band when the band comes back on stage. Yeah, understood? First question of the night. Understood? Let me explain it again. My people, my name is Camilo Angola. I'm Colombian, and I am a passionate lover of this music. This is my life, this is my world. I was probably not born with this music, but I will certainly die with it. So in case I die, now you know how to bury me, yes? Yes? Okay. If I happen to die now, yes. The people who were on stage with me, they are my band, Los Tambores del Diablo. They're my people, they're my friends, they're my colleagues and companions. And we travel Germany, we travel the world playing this very beautiful music from the traditions of Colombia and the Colombian Caribbean and the Colombian Pacific coast as well. The song you just heard is a traditional song, not from the Caribbean now, but from the Pacific side of the country. It's actually an Ecuadorian song, if you want to be specific. This is our brand. And, well, you just saw us. Great. So, like I told you, what's the plan? The plan is I'm going to be telling you some stories. I'm going to be reading some of them. And we're going to play, we're going to sing, and you are also called to sing. Because as you will know, in the next hour, 40 minutes, we will be understanding what's the essence of this music, what is it about, why is it played, who plays it, and you will know that certainly this music is very communal music. We need to be together in order for this music to kick in. Understood? Are you following me? All right. We're gonna be back on stage. We're gonna play live music, and that is very important because I'm not gonna be speaking the whole time. Lucky you. Great. Today's topic is bullerengue. We play several types of music, but the heart of our project is bullerengue. This is the name of our music, of one of our many musics. This is something I'm going to concentrate on tonight. Bullerengue. Fine? And I don't know who was today and saw Lena Blue's contribution, because if you did, you're going to get a lot more from what bullerengue is about if you saw what Lena talked about today about the beautiful music of Guadeloupe, which is called Woka. Woka is probably a cousin of bullerengue, and this is the way more or less bullerengue looks like. We're gonna listen to it soon, so this is the way it looks like. Very much. But we're also going to be looking at certain other aspects of it. We're going to see the dance. We're going to see hopefully we're going to see dancers, and we're going to listen to the sounds of it. We're also going to see that there is a political, a social dimension to this music. Definitely, there's a lot of story, a lot of history to know. There's a lot of people being organized, especially in the black communities of Colombia, and music is something that keeps them together, is something that helps understanding what the problem is and how to deal with it. With our bodies, with the music, with the interaction between human beings. This is a music based on singing, drumming, and dancing. Correct. So I also wanted to come to Savi and show how this music is also linked. This African music, Afro-diasporic music, is linked to the continent of Africa. How is it that this music came to be in a country like Colombia, far, far away from Africa? And there is a connection between the whole enslavement process during the 15th to 19th century to the struggles and fights that are being held today in Germany. Countries like Germany, like this protest we did in 2019 after the death of the Cameroonian student William Tonumbobda. I brought the drums there and we played. But also historical fights and struggles like this representation of the Maju Maju rebellion in Tanzania, which was a warlike organization against the German colonial invasions in Eastern Africa, Tanzania, in the year of 1905. Great. So are we ready to begin? I didn't hear you. I'm buying time. We're gonna try something. I need my musicians here. We're gonna play a song called Trego Penama. And I don't know who was around when we first play outside. Who's here? Okay, only the organization people. Okay, amazing. Okay, we did something very special, and I intended it when we first play outside. I don't know if somebody recalls what that was. What is the first thing we did before we started to play? Nobody was here, so nobody knows. I'm the only one who knows. We played, the first thing that happens for bullerengue to start is... Oh, 3 golpes, 3 strikes of the drum. Correcto? This means whenever this happens, bullerengue starts. It's the drum calls. Not just because the name of this drum is llamador, the caller. So we have to picture back in time 100, 200, 300 years ago when there was silence, when silence was possible. If a drum strikes, people would notice it in kilometers around. So we're gonna start, Diana's gonna play the drum, and she's gonna keep the pattern, and then we will have to answer to her calling with her clapping. Okay, I'm gonna show you in a bit. So the drum calls. Marvelous, amazing, impressive. Marvelous. Great. Now we do it in real time. 3 strikes. After the 3rd strike, we stress the tempo of the music. So. Great. This is the male drum. This is a marriage, a man and a woman. This is the female drum. So they constantly in dialogue, they're conversating the whole time. Now we're gonna repeat that, and now we're gonna listen to this drum playing. And I want you to take half of a minute to understand how these 2 instruments are interweaving it themselves. This is the heart of it. This is the heart beating, you see? Are your hearts beating or are you dead? Anybody dead in the room? No. So let's see. Let's try to hear. Now from the beginning. Ay, caramba.
Yo no veo más. Toca tambolero, toca tu tambor. Que si no lo toca, te lo toco yo. Chamaría. Yo no bebo más. Chamaría. No voy pa' Panamá. Chamaría. Yo no bebo ron. Chamaría. No voy para Colón. Chamaría. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vamos, vámonos. Chamaría. Vamos, vamos, vamos. Vamos, vámonos. Chamaría. Toca tambolero, toca.
We don't need to hit anymore because we're gonna play not that, but something similar. Remember? 3 golpes nada más. So, first task accomplished. We know how to clap now. Yeah, let's try that again, quickly. Perfecto. Now we're gonna have to sing. Who's ready to sing? Everybody's ready to sing. So, the text is on the screen. I'm gonna give you the melody now. 3 golpes nada más. And then I continue. Le, le, la, le, la, le, la, e.
3 golpes nada más.
3 golpes, dale a tambor.
3 golpes nada más.
Así como quiero yo.
3 golpes nada más.
Le, le, la, le, la, le, la, le.
3 golpes nada más.
Le, la, le, la, le.
3 golpes nada más.
Now I'm gonna start singing again. Then the drum's gonna kick in. Then we clap, and then the music is done. 3 golpes nada más, le, le, la, le, la, le, la, le.
3 golpes nada más.
3 golpes, dale a tambor.
3 golpes nada más.
Tres golpes, dale al tambor.
Tres golpes nada más.
Así como quiero yo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Con una solita mano.
Tres golpes nada más.
Con una solita mano.
Tres golpes nada más.
Le, la, le.
Tres golpes nada más.
Le, la, le.
Tres golpes nada más.
Tres golpes, dale al tambor. ¡Uepa!
Tres golpes nada más.
Así como quiero yo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Después le das con las dos.
Tres golpes nada más.
Después le das con las dos.
Tres golpes nada más.
Tres golpes, así quiero yo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Por aquí yo me voy metiendo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Por aquí yo me voy metiendo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Como raíz de caña brava.
Tres golpes nada más.
Como raíz de caña brava.
Tres golpes nada más.
La mujer es la que pierde.
Tres golpes nada más.
La mujer es la que pierde.
Tres golpes nada más.
El hombre no pierde nada. Opa,
Tres golpes nada más.
El hombre no pierde nada.
Tres golpes nada más.
El hombre no pierde nada.
Tres golpes nada más.
Olela, dale al tambor. Opa,
Tres golpes nada más.
así como quiero yo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Así como quiero yo. Opa,
Tres golpes nada más.
así como quiero yo.
Tres golpes nada más.
Tengo pedale al tambor.
Tres golpes nada más.
Tacatán. Okay. So you did it. Tres golpes. Tres golpes.
La bozada atravesada, que dice tumbati pintifa, tumbatan panta, que es este. Ese es para tocarle a los tambores y ellos lo tocan. Se llama la máquina. Repitipa, tipita, pitipa, repitipa, tipita, pitipa.
What did we just saw there? We saw El Diablo, or Encarnación Tobar, his name. And what did we just see there? We saw, I don't know if you noticed, he was saying whatever he was playing, and this is something I want to share with you. This is, I don't know, other drumming traditions include this possibility, this science, this word, this form of notation. This is the way you learn rhythms and you keep them in your memory. Yeah. So we're gonna see that now happening. Don't be afraid. Come to stage. Don't hide. Okay. I'm gonna show you a different kind of notation. What we just saw is called la voz del timpín timpa. Timpín timpa pum tum patapin tim patapum pum. Now I'm gonna show you a different thing. now we go back to what as we see, we have the question with everything start. Where did this whole story about traditional music started? And I wanted to start our story based on my approach. It doesn't start anywhere else but in Africa. So in Africa, many years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the humankind appeared, and we made it to move to different corners of Africa and populate the entire continent. Apparently, human beings start appearing in Eastern Africa, and then human beings move around the whole continent and be populated. This is very important because usually when we speak about African history or history of other continents but Europe, we don't know where to start, and we start with the European invasions, colonial times. It's very important to acknowledge that humankind was created, well, why not, developed in Africa. And that the civilizations in Africa are very, very old, really old. There's knowledge about 10,000 years old of the Igbo culture in Nigeria, for that matter. I prepared this small summary, a small wrap-up of these very important places in Africa to know about. The Kingdom of Congo, the ancient Kingdom of Congo and Ndongo, which is nowadays Angola and Congo. There's the Great Wall of Benin, which was destroyed by the British colonialism in the 19th century. This was, to my knowledge, was the largest building or the largest construction ever made by human beings, greater than the Greater Wall of China. And it was built by the Edo people of Nigeria and destroyed by the British in the 19th century. Then we have Timbuktu, the famous city of Timbuktu, and the King Mansa Musa, the mighty civilization of the Mande people in Western Africa, was said to be one of the richest cities of the world and to be the home for the richest man ever have to live, which was Mansa Musa. Thank you. Then we have the Great Zimbabwe in southeastern Africa. Today Zimbabwe. Actually, the word Zimbabwe means the house of stone. And these people also built a very special society with amazing trading routes amongst the peoples of southern and even central Africa. It's actually said that that there were classic Egyptian art pieces of work found in Great Zimbabwe. So we're talking about Egypt and Zimbabwe. This trading routes and this connection between African countries was very strong. So we need to bear that in mind when we speak about Africa. It's a very rich place in terms of history and commerce, architecture, politics. But we also have smaller societies which did not big, enormous buildings like the Great Wall or like the city of Timbuktu. We have something I really appreciate a lot, which are instruments. Instruments are also, they imply science, they imply artwork, they imply physics, chemistry. And there is a very special instrument to me, which is the mouth bow. It's found in several African countries. It's even found in Colombia, for your information. It's called marimbula. There's many things to highlight. I chose the Mvet and the Mvet tradition of chanting traditional family bonds in the Fang culture in Western Africa, or the traditional architecture of the Akan in the Ivory Coast. So there's many things to see in Africa, there's many things to appreciate, and these people who I was just talking about, these people were the victims of a very special phenomenon on Earth, which is massive enslavement and kidnapping of human beings. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a special place in Africa. For me, it's really special because it's called the Elmina Castle, or St. George Castle, or São Jorge da Mina, because it was founded by the Portuguese in 1482. Columbus arrived to what today is Quisqueya, or Haiti. Christopher Columbus arrived to today's country of the Dominican Republic in October of 1492. And in 1482, the Portuguese built the Castle of Elmina 10 years before Columbus's arrival in the island of the Dominican Republic. And this was the first place where Europeans set an actual food in Africa, and started a very special process of colonialism, which was based in capturing human beings and selling them as merchandise. So I was willing to point out and to speak with you. I don't know if somebody wants to say something about the fact that these places, like the Elmina Castle, the Elmina Castle the Elmina Castle is just one example of these places where human beings were held captive and were held in these places for months, weeks, before they will be brutally transported to countries like Colombia or Guadeloupe or the Dominican Republic. So these places were called barracks or fortresses, and I wanted to ask you that. What does it imply? What do you think the word fortress would imply for such a place? This is how Elmina looks like, and you're free if somebody wants to say something, want to share their thoughts on why is this possible? What does it imply that these places are called barracks, fortresses? We don't have much time. Well, this is the Elmina Castle, as you see. I think it's very important to understand that these places were built to create the notion of merchandise, of course, of control, military control, and upholding people to transform the consciousness of people into being merchandise. Because this is the way our ancestors were seen by Europeans when they were massively deported and kidnapped and sent to a different country, different land. Right, so it's very important we see these places because these places are very decisive in order to understand how did this crime to humanity happen? How did it look like? And this is the place where places like this, people will be held for, like I told you, several weeks, several months before they will be deported to a different, unknown place. Great. So we know that this happened, but where did it happen? Where exactly? Where? From where? Who? How? He? How? That. And we have now two descriptive images of what were exactly the places where Africa was affected by this very special thing. As you see, most places that were affected with Atlantic Africa, from today's Senegal to today's Angola, going from up to down. No? And the places where these people were transported were, as you see, is most known Brazil, countries like Cuba. But there were also the United States, but there were also some places like, as you see, Peru, Chile, Mexico. These places were also affected by the transatlantic treat of human beings. So that we have an idea. It said about 15 million people were enslaved. 15 million people were taken away from their homes, from their families, and they were transported like cattle to a different continent to be there enslaved and tortured. This is a little bit of what I was just saying. This is the first image, the one to the left. Shows how the Portuguese started to travel to the Atlantic coast of Africa and establish certain connections with the local Atlantic African peoples, and this is the way in the 15th century colonialism started. Good. So this is something very important to know, because as you can see in these pictures from the 18th century, or these images, we are confronted with the idea that our bodies, our soul existences were seen as merchandise, as simple matter to be held with, to be traded with for money, for resources. And the lives of human beings, as you can see in this kind of flyer from the 18th century, we're speaking about women, girls, boys who were treated as cargo. So we have to picture how these things happened. We have to understand that this actually happened, and it happened in this way. It happened in such a way that hundreds of human beings were put on top of each other through epidemics, through violence, and were forcefully transported to another place to be then enslaved. I am very, very careful of using the S word. I think to me it's very offensive. I myself was called that word when I was in school several times. So I definitely avoid the use of the S word, and I strongly recommend the use of the word enslaved to speak of these human beings who were forcefully brought into the condition of slavery. In German, versklavt, in Spanish, esclavizados. There was illegal transfer of people, for you to know. So we speak about 15 million people who were transported from A to B, but there was an illegal transport of people. There was a need, especially in the Spanish colonies, there was a need to ask for bureaucratic permission to import human beings. I want to make you to transmit this idea. We're speaking about asking, it's like going to the Behörde right now and asking for permission to import somebody from a different place. And this used to happen. There was a need to ask the royal authorities for permission to import human beings from Africa. So this is really important to understand. There's no clarity about how many people from where and where to were brought. It leaves us with a big question mark in history, especially in the history towards our understanding of who we are. We don't exactly know where, why. This inhabits this music silently. Great. Are you sad? I'm a little bit. But now I wanted to share a small story I wrote. So the event's name is called, we spoke about imagination as a means to certainty. So I wanted to try out a little experiment through the use of imagination. So this is the moment where you're kindly invited, if you like, to close your eyes, but to relax and concentrate on this narration. It's quite short, it's brief. You don't have to stress. And then we elaborate on it. It's the year of 1590. A ship is arriving to the port of Cartagena, a Spanish settlement which is by this time only 57 years old. About 600 people of various African origins have been captured and were forced to travel 10,000 kilometers. There are epidemics on board and all sorts of violence have taken place inside. There are dead bodies on board. People were killed, but in the end, the Portuguese ship lands and forces these hundreds of survivors to walk to the marketplace and be sold and bought as actual pieces of flesh. Many are relocated to other cities and towns in this completely unknown land. The language is unheard of, and the only way to understand is to look at these other people who also understand nothing and try to make sense by standing together in order to try to regain pride, whilst knowing that any attempt to flee or take revenge could end up in a brutal punishment or immediate death. Once we realize that our hands are literally tied and we are forced to witness that siblings, spouses, children and parents will be torn apart geographically forever. Those who stayed in this new city, Cartagena, will stay to build the walls to defend the project of extraction, domination, racism and genocide.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo. Yo quiero pegar un brinco.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Y no sé dónde caer.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
La muralla de Cartagena.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Y el castillo de San Felipe.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Lo construyeron los negros.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Con tudo y latigazo.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo. Yo quiero, yo no puedo. Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Que se corran las noticias.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Que pariré dos mulatos.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Que se corran las noticias.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Que pariré dos mulatos.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Olé,
Yo quiero, yo no puedo. Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Soy cura y no digo misa.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Soy obispo y no confirmo.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Si me tumban no me caigo.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Soy obispo y no confirmo. Ni el
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Ya no somos más esclavos.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Los negros encadenados.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Se fueron de Cartagena.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Se quedaron en Palenque.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Pa' quitarse las cadenas.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Ay, yo quiero, no puedo.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Yo quiero y yo no puedo.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Que se corran las noticias.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Ya no somos más esclavos.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Ya no más encadenados.
Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Ya no somos más esclavos. Yo quiero, yo no puedo.
Okay, good. So important to see how these people look like, the people who make this music. This is a song from this lady, Seferina Banques Teheran. And this is what she speaks about, the castle, San Felipe's castle, and the wall of Cartagena. These places were actually built by enslaved Africans in the 16th century and 17th century. So if you go to Cartagena, which is located, we saw the maps, located on the Colombian Caribbean, you'd see these big structures. They're factually built with the blood and sweat of Africans to defend the city, the colonial city in the 17th century from other Europeans, from British, the French, and whatnot. So this lady sings about, yo quiero, yo no puedo. I wish, I want, but I can't. When what she cannot do is access this Africa. This Africa which she yearns for. She understands she's African. She identifies with this process of rebellion and such. But it's inaccessible. She doesn't know where to get, how to get there. Yo quiero, no puedo. You liking it? what now? What now? We know that millions of people were actually kidnapped and survived this travel for, about 10,000 kilometers. I don't know, if you take it from Angola, for example, and you go to Cartagena, you spot Cartagena, right? It's clear. That's around 10,000 kilometers from, let's say, Luanda to Cartagena. So it's months traveling. There's a lot of violence. There's a need to control these people who want their freedom back. But they reach the place. They reach places like Cartagena or Santo Domingo or Port-au-Prince or, I don't know, Charleston in the United States, you name it. These people arrive there, and what now? These people were forced to live together. They were forced to accept a certain identity, the identity of black, the identity of enslaved people, and they were forced to work in several things. Depending on the country, depending on the time, you would see people working in different aspects. You'd see in Colombia, it was very popular, the mining, the extraction of gold and extraction of other metals. So this is why it's really important to understand the connection to Elmina back then, because this place called Elmina, the Portuguese word mina means in English mine. It was a gold mine. Actually, the country of Ghana was called the Gold Coast for almost 300 years. Why the gold? Because it was gold, and these people who knew how to mine gold were intentionally transported from places like Elmina to Colombia, for example. Okay, so I wanted to... I don't want to go there yet. I wanted to get to another moment of our stories. Speaking of Africans and their children living in the colonies, we may picture this situation in which enslaved and free individuals try to recognize and explore the territory they were forcefully inhabiting. In the night hours, such selected individuals will wander in the woods and mark the proper trees to be chopped down so the best wood could be obtained. European livestock, goats or cattle or wild animals could serve to the fabrication of a new kind of a drum. New trees meant new experiments for the use of wood. Also, the keenest instrument makers must now dedicate several hours to the creation of new musical languages, a new system based on new instruments that would try to imitate the construction signs from their old homes. Or perhaps they close their eyes and open their pores to think of another shape, of another type of instrument they have never seen before. They also imagine the wisdom they obtained from their elders in their homes. Which homes, you say? Some of us came from Dongo, through Luango. Others came from Casaman, through Gore. Those there are Chokwe, but came through the island of Bioko. This man and his mates speak Fula and Arabic. Some very little kids and their mothers were traded in Calabar. That lady was kidnapped in Cabo Verde, but nobody understands her and can't tell where she really comes from, who she is, or what she likes. Thousands were forced to share a common space to live, eat, pray, sob, bleed, dance, question, organize, rebel, work, wonder, miss, think, act, meditate, reproduce, and die. How to understand each other, and for that matter, how to build alliance, complicity, and agreements with those who you don't understand. This is the origin of race, the scourge of race, the notion that us, completely different and diverse human beings who have not ever heard of each other before, and with complex, unique personal and collective stories, we must share a common identity, a big lie. I stay with Brother Malcolm X's take on this. What makes black people brothers and sisters is not the pigmentation of their skins, but rather their shared experience of dehumanization. How to understand somebody who isn't you. How to get the idea, their needs, their equal right to be in this world, when you and I, both of us, we are just talking animals to our kidnappers.
Mi tambor es mío, Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyemelo,
Mi tambor es mío.
óyemelo,
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Opa. Mi tambor es mío. Mi tambor es mío. Mi tambor es mío.
Ay, Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Ay, Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Ay, yo que vi cantar a Eloísa.
Mi tambor es mío.
Ay, yo que vi cantar a Eloísa.
Mi tambor es mío. Mi tambor es mío. Mi tambor es mío. Mi tambor es mío.
Me quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
Me quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
Cuando yo también tengo tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Cuando yo también tengo tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyemelo ahí.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyemelo ahí.
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Pacheco, suelta mi tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyemelo ahí.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyemelo ahí.
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyeme, me roa,
Mi tambor es mío.
Óyeme, Juan Sebastián.
Mi tambor es mío.
Que vi cantar a Eloísa.
Mi tambor es mío.
Bueno, yo también tengo tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Cuando yo también tengo tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Cuando yo también tengo tambor.
Mi tambor es mío.
Me quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
No quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
Me quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
Me quisiste dilucir.
Mi tambor es mío.
El bullerengue. We've got it. It's ours now. We made it. We created a system, music. We managed to make peace amongst each other, at least provisionally. We found the matching point for the melting pot. The drum is here. The drum is with us. They are on our side. We can relax momentaneously. Once the drum is here, we can dance, we can sing. Along with the drum, kinship, tasty dishes, medicine, and language came about. Thank the gods. We didn't know how to manage this new setting. Nobody was supposed to know. We were rather supposed to be ignorant and submissive. It was definitely not supposed to be any leaders amongst us. Nevertheless, those who know how to craft and play the drums, those who know how to sing and recite, those who know the words still, those who kept them and haven't forgotten them. They slowly became our dearest and therefore bravest people. Drums gave us the chance to share common spaces. We rediscovered dance, drinking, falling in love, and making love with each other. Simple fun. But hey, we can now reconnect with the spirits of nature, with the moon, the sun, and the planetary cycles. We know how to bury our deceased and honor their spirits when leaving their bodies. We recovered our names. If we couldn't remember them, we gave ourselves imagined names. It's time to rebel. We can call our protectors and ancestors again. We now know where to come and what for whenever the drum calls. We praise the drum, and by doing so, we praise all of them who made him. We keep him, who now know how to play him, and we shall protect them. May the spirits of the four elements allow them to live in eternal grace.
La 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 le la le la le la. Trae un escudo pa' mi tambor. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yole, ay. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Que me dé su bendición para salir victoriosa. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, madre mía poderosa. Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Un escudo pa' tambor de las manos envidiosas. Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Y el madre mía poderosa. Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Y aquí tengo en lo que traigo es pa' culebras venenosas. Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yolea, Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Lele, yolo, madre mía poderosa. Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yolea, Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yolea, Señores, dame un escudo pa' mi tambor. Protege de mi tambor a las manos envidiosas. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, madre mía poderosa. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yolea, Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, yele, yolea, Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Yele, yolo, madre mía poderosa. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Señores, traigo un escudo pa' mi tambor. Ahí nomás. You see, the drum is very important because the drum allowed us to organize, to create a system like you see. There is male, there is female, there is beginning, end, and there was a possibility to grow as a group. Then you see, in several other places, drums were prohibited and prosecuted, like in places like Peru. If you see Peruvian music, it's not very drummy. The main instrument of black Peruvian music is the cajon. So all of those who thought cajon was Spanish, no. It's black and Peruvian. Capoeira uses drums, but it was also very persecuted in back then. Yeah. Just for us to understand that drums were something Europeans, captive holders, were very afraid of, and they were very cautious about letting people play drums or not. Now, we're going to move to the situation in which these people are already living in countries like ours,
But there is a need to organize, there is a need to create bonds amongst the people. And this is the moment where a very special thing happens, which is revolutions, rebellions of captives, of the survivors of these boat trips, very frustrated and very preoccupied people about their future. So something is born in this moment in time in history, which is called, in Colombia at least, is called palenques, or maroon settlements. Oh. A palenque, this could be an accurate translation, like found. A palenque is a place, a specific place, but palenque is also a thing. It's a phenomenon. And this is both. This is the definition of the word, and this is also the place called Palenque in northern Colombia, about 50 kilometers south from Cartagena. And this man, which is shown here as a statue, is Bencos Viejo. He was the founder of this place called Palenque, of this maroon settlement in the 17th century. So, palenques for me are very important, especially this one. This is a very special place because this is a place where these very traditional sounds are kept, also a language and a very specific kinship system, which means not really family relations between people, but there are systems, exactly, systems of solidarity and social support amongst people. And this is a place where you can really find yourself like in an African village, but being in Colombia. Good to know. Like I said, this is Bencos Viejo. That's how his name is written, and this is a very special situation because it's just people marrying in Palenque. And as you can see, people are wearing African prints, known in the different names in different languages. But this is very important because people are like assuming an identity of Africanness, not of, let's say, blackness, but they're rebuilding this connection. We are rebuilding this connection to the continent. Right? Then I wanted to emphasize that Bullerengue, like we saw people who were here this morning, this afternoon, and saw Lena's contribution about Boca. There are many brothers and sisters to Bullerengue, like to the left you see Golpe de San Millán from Venezuela. To the right you see Palo Dominicano from the Dominican Republic. There are also many other siblings and cousins of Bullerengue, like La Rumba Cubana, Boca, Tamborito Panameño, and Bomba y Coco Vale Puerto Rico. So these musics, even though the drums don't really look the same, there are many other instruments, there are maybe 2 or 3, or there is one less, one more. This sort of music evolved and flared up in the different countries but more or less with the same codes and the same ways of dancing and singing. So we have to bear that in mind. Bullerengue is today's topic, but we could also do the same, more or less the same exchange about, like we did today about Boca, about the La Rumba, Bomba, whoever comes next. There are also many things that were kept in these palenques. See, these palenques or these maroon settlements were very important to keep this knowledge, this wisdom. Without this reorganization of these people, in also the military and ideological organization, such things were very hard to keep. Things like the tir machete, a martial art that's been practiced in Haiti. In the country of Haiti, there's a martial art which is neatly African, played with machetes. Also in Colombia, there's one called esgrima de machete. The macuta drums, which are drums that you almost find the same way in Congo, but this photo was taken in Cuba, the upper photo in black and white. And that's black rice. This is, forgot the name, this is a specific variety, it's the specific species of rice that was taken and preserved by enslaved people in the country of Suriname, close to the Guyanas. So there is an African species of rice that was transported all the way from Western Africa to the country of Suriname. See, this is what happened in these palenques. There was a preservation of ideas, wisdom, information, culture, and the defense of these, not only of the people, of the lives of these people who were military targets of the Spanish or the Portuguese, the French, whoever. It was also a place to preserve the culture, the immaterial knowledge that was transported with these human beings all the way from Africa.
Bonito canta Petrona, bonito canta Petrona, bonito verla cantar. Herencia que le quedó de su abuela y su papá. Herencia que le quedó de su abuela y su papá. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. A nombre de mis ancestros, a nombre de mis ancestros, yo compuse este homenaje, recordando de la era de aquella bullerenguera. Joselina, Tomasita, Carmencita y Rey Herrera. Joselina, Tomasita, Carmencita y Rey Herrera. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Allá es un bonito pueblo, allá es un bonito pueblo, donde la vieron nacer. La crió Vida Martínez con candela y abate. La crió Vida Martínez con candela y abate. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Déjala venir a su tierra santa. Petrona Martínez, caramba, bonito que canta. Seguimos. Well, just for the record, this is Petrona. We're singing about her. Petrona Martinez, that's her. Petrona, big composer, big person. Traditional singing like crazy. Even though she did not start as a traditional singer, her father was.
she became, as an adult, she became a cantadora, a bullerengue singer. That's her with her family in Palenquito, Bolívar, Colombia, Sudamérica. See, this song is very important. I chose it because it speaks. Petrona made this song, but she didn't make it for her own self. She made it for the people of her lineage, her family lineage, the Martinez family. These people sing bullerengue since the beginning of times, and she calls upon her ancestors, and she wonders, where is Petrona? Where is the Martinez? Where is not Petrona, but where are the Martinez? Where are they now? Where did they go? And then she calls their names: Joselina, Toncan Mencibba, Rey Herrera, Polo Valdez. The song was not complete, though, but we get an insight of how this music works now. Because once this music was established, it served the people to know, to keep record of stuff, to keep in mind who was there, who was around. So, if you see, bullerengue is also an archive. Bullerengue is like an encyclopedia. It's like ChatGPT. Bullerengue is it's an archive. It's a data bank. If you pay close attention to the lyrics, you will find things like that. Names of people who lived somewhere. Names of people who did something. Medicine, food recipes. Places to go, places not to go. People not to meet. There is valuable information that people passed on through generations by singing and playing. See? So this music is not just music. I'm going to quote Lena. This is not just dancing. This is also not just music. There is a lot of wisdom and history, hundreds of years of history, that are held within the traditional songs of everywhere in the world, but these are the ones I want to share with you. Bullerengue, yeah? So, in the end, things changed. Colonialism ended sometime. Somehow, colonial institutions were abolished, and they're not the way they used to be. And new people came in, new contradictions happened. And for that matter, taking into account what we just spoke about, bullerengue keeps track of memory. It helps us understand what the problem is as well. Bullerengue is a way of understanding, it's the voice of these people who were voiceless in a way. So there's a lot of complaints, there's a lot of problematics that are spoken about with our music. Let's take a look, but without the video. Let's take a look at that again with my precious band. You liking the music? No, it's crazy. We're speaking about this thing Saturday, 11 p.m. But you're strong people. En 1903 quedó Colombia sin Panamá. En 1903 quedó Colombia sin Panamá. Señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
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 Ay, la culpa fue de los gringos.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, la culpa fue de los gringos.
Colombia sin Panamá.
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 Ay, señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia Panamá. Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, güey, la gente de Jamaica.
Colombia sin Panamá.
La que le tocó trabajar. ¡Epa!
Colombia sin Panamá.
La que le tocó trabajar.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá. Hey, hey.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
De Chocó hasta el Urabá. Hey, hey.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Señores, quedó Colombia.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Ay, Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
Colombia sin Panamá.
En 1903 quedó Colombia sin Panamá. Okay, now the video. But as you see, we need to understand a little something. The word bullerengue comes from a Spanish word which is bulla. And what does bulla mean? Bulla means something like noise. This matches noise. Lärm. Lärmstörung. So laut. Ordnungsamt. No? So, bulla means noise, something that is actually unwanted. Sound that you don't like, you call it noise. So for us, this is music. For the Ordnungsamt is Lärm und Bulla, noise. You see? This is really important to understand because this is, like I'm telling you, this is happening now and it was happening 400 years ago. People go on the streets and start complaining about stuff. About like that song we just sang is about the separation from Colombia and Panama in 1903. Panama was part of Colombia until the year of 1903. And then the Americans, they finance and with money, they finance an independence program to separate Panama from Colombia. And they created the Panama Canal in the year of started in 1903. So people knew about this, and they were unhappy about the situation. This song was created back then. Or this song was created after understanding that a piece of the country was taken away. So bullerengue is bulla, it's the noise, it's a complaint. Something is not right. And it is very difficult to speak about the things that are not right, especially when you were in this very difficult position. Therefore, we have to speak about what is going on today. What is bullerengue talking about now, in the current times? There's many things. There's many people speaking about peace treaties in Colombia, for those who know what's going on in the country, there's war since the 1960s. And there's people claiming for peace, claiming for social justice, and bullerengue speaks about that too. But I wanted to bring up a song. It's not the song. I wanted to bring up a song which speaks clearly about a complaint of a normal human being, a normal person, a normal citizen in Colombia walking. And we're gonna play the song for you, El Ibuprofeno. Is it clear what it is in other languages? Right, everybody kind of knows it.
Everybody understands what that is, right? No? Yeah? Can you explain it? Great. It's medicine. It's painkillers, right? It's painkillers. So there's a song. Somebody's not happy with these painkillers. Let's see what happens. Con ibuprofeno no quieren curar. Con ibuprofeno
No quieren curar.
Diclofenaco para todas las enfermedades.
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 Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Diclofenaco para todas las enfermedades.
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 Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Diclofenaco para todas las enfermedades.
Diclofenaco para todas las enfermedades.
Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Con ibuprofeno.
No quieren curar.
Diclofenaco para todas las enfermedades.
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 Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Oigan, doctores.
¿Para qué estudiaron?
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos.
Si ustedes estudiaron fue para engañar a los pueblos. The video, you can watch it, yeah? Please like and subscribe. Hi. Great. So, we're on the final stage. Ah, okay. What's the reaction now? The final stage is, let's keep it simple. I would like you, we have a very special song prepared for our last song. And I was wondering, well, what's the point of this last stage of the presentation? If we speak about bullerengue, it's a means to convey messages. It's a protest music that claims freedom, that help people to rebel and organize. That is true. But also, something that is also true is bullerengue is also a party. Bullerengue is there to be danced, sang and played, but to be danced and to be enjoyed. So this is also very important because this thing to think of it, not think of this whole process of enslavement and all that. People were really unhappy. You can count on that. People were very much in pain, in anguish, right? They were frustrated in many ways, and the sole fact of creating the own music was very, very important, right? It was the possibility to then celebrate and be happy, which is all of the things we have to do in life, right? There is time for everything and all that, but you have to have time to be happy. And these people were deprived from their happiness when they were enslaved. They were not supposed to be happy. So the fact that they could throw parties of their own, with their own instrument, their own music, their own lyrics, this is freedom. So why don't we do something? Since we are less people than expected, why don't we try to simulate the way this music is actually played, which is in a circle, just the way we did with Lena. I really like Lena. She really touched my existence. So probably there's a way that people can actually see Lena's contribution afterwards. You can ask one of the organizers. So there's one last song. We can't sing together very, very precisely because I brought the lyrics and they're on the screen right now. And it's a long song. There are several parts of the song, but I would request you to kindly and respectfully request you to, not to sit, but rather to make a circle, and we can sing this last song.
¿Qué pasa?
everybody. It's been a pleasure. Well, you see, there is somebody who works with us a lot and who loves this music pretty much as we do. And I want to invite her to come and sing a song. Ámbar Francesca Álvarez. Sí, es más, déjeme sentar aquí para... de ese lado. Okay, Ámbar, this is something very special because Ámbar, you might mistake her for a Colombian person, but she's Dominican. And she has stuck to us in the past months and has learned and has taught a lot to us. And now is the time for a very nice, very strong, very beautiful song we've developed together. Traditional song though, it's not ours. De la Chamaría. Diga usted el título.
El ron lo mató. ¿El ron qué? ¿Cómo fue? ¿El ron qué? Ah, bueno, ya entendí. El ron lo mató Dios, papá. Lo mató a Dios, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. A mi papá. A mi papá. Papá estaba en la cama, mi mamá en la cabecera. Papá estaba en la cama, mi mamá en la cabecera. Con un rosario en la mano rogando a que no se fuera. Papá, lo mató a Dios, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. A mi papá. A mi papá. Adiós, papá. A mi papá. Mi papá me dijo un día y me lo firmó en un pacto. Mi papá me dijo un día y me lo firmó en un pacto. Que cuando él se muriera no respetara padrastro de papá. Adiós, 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 papá. Mi papá ya se murió, ya se lo llevan a enterrar. Mi papá ya se murió, ya se lo llevan a enterrar. Con un rosario en la mano fui llorando a mi papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ale, papá. Ale, papá. Ale, papá. Ale, papá. Ay, papá. Mi papá ya se murió, ya se lo llevan a enterrar. Mi papá ya se murió, ya se lo llevan a enterrar. Con un rosario en la mano fui llorando a mi papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. A mi papá. A mi papá. A mi papá. A mi papá. Solo mató. El rolo mató a Dios, papá. Adiós, papá. A mi papá. Mi papá le dijo un día y me lo firmó en un pacto. Mi papá me dijo un día y me lo firmó en un pacto. Que cuando él se muriera no respetara padrastro de papá. Adiós, 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 papá. Mi papá no escuchó lo que le habían avisado. Mi papá no escuchó lo que le habían avisado. Con media botella de ron en su vida había cambiado. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Ay, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. Ay, papá. Rol mató a Dios, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá. Adiós, papá, lo mató.
Okay, now no surprises. Thanks, Avi. Really, thanks. Very powerful event. Very important people were invited, and I am honored to be here speaking on this mic. Thanks, Raisa, for you making it possible. Thanks to Anna. Thanks to Lily, all of you. All others, which I don't know their names. The camera people, amazing, thanks.
Thank you, Camille. And Los Tambores del Diablo, has been quite a journey that you have taken us. Really, a lot to digest, a lot to process, a lot to feel, to think, to reflect. And yes, I think we've got to the point of saying good night and saying thanks. And you already started, which is really good. We would like to thank, first of all, you for still being with us here. Thank you for your energy, for your attention, for everything. Thank you for also our team, Savi team, Kelly, Lily, Megna. Megna, where are you? Come on here, my dear. We also want to thank Anna Jagar for communications, Linhan Balatbat Helbok and Lema Sikot management, Ana Fasolato, project management, Renan Laruan, artistic direction, graphic design, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa. I don't know if you probably noticed, perhaps not, because it was, you know, the animation of society going around is actually a cumbia, Colombian cumbia skirt seen from above. We thank our colleague Juan Pablo for putting these ideas. Yes. Sound, Mudasir, thank you so much. Sanya Gergorik for the lighting, streaming, bowling, head media. Thank you so much for your support. And
from Boiling Head, we want to say thank you especially to, just the names, Rana Vadikari, Nina Kavalkanti, Elizabeth Glauser, and then we also have support team in the kitchen was Elvis, was Pepe, who was also here dancing. Pepe, where are you? Pepe is gone. There was Oliver and Janice as well in the kitchen. Lawrence was at the door. Everybody has mostly gone now, but I think that everyone's contribution and time makes the day happen, so we want to say their name and just say thank you. And one thing that we always do at the beginning sometimes and sometimes when we close is to acknowledge the entire team, people who were here and part of this project and part of Savi more broadly. I'll do half the names and then Raisa will do the rest and then we'll say good night properly. So just to end, Savi Contemporary is Grace Baggett, Linhan Balatbat Helbok, Bonabel, Onur Chimen, Sagal Farah, Ana Fasolato, Billy Fowo, Raisa Galofre, Manuela Garcia Aldana, Juan Pablo Garcia Sosa, Hajra Heather Karar, Danielis Hernandez, Ana Yeager, Aditi Kapoor.
Laura Klöckner, Lisa Kologe, Kelly Krugman, Mokia Lassin, Rena Laruan, Matthew Hansen, Rafael Lassalle, Nancy Nasser Aldin, Bonaventure Sobeyen Dikun, Abhishek Nilamber, Matthias Rademacher, Lema Sikot, Megna Sin, Lili Somoji, Ola Zielinska. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much again, and please come back to Savi every time again. See you soon, I would say.